Hello, everyone. Welcome in to another All American live after show. How y'all feeling? How y'all doing? What is up? I am really intrigued, I would say, about how this live is finna go. Sorry I'm late. I thought I had more time. I literally went and made me an ice cream cone because I thought I had way more time than apparently I did. So my ass is over here prepping mentally. Started my personal live because I've been going live every day on my personal channel. If you're not following me over there, go ahead and do so. If you want to talk life stuff, mindset, manifestation, career growth, all of the things, right? If you want to do that, meet me over there. Erica Vane is the page. And I was just over there kicking. Next thing I know, I'm like, oh, it's already 6:15. It's 6:18 to be specific. Girl, what is it that you got going on? Get on with your people. Anyway, I'm really intrigued about how this conversation is going to go because I'm in a very, very uncomfortable, unfamiliar. This is why you don't get too comfortable and you don't get settled in a place. You literally keep your head on the swivel because I'm uncomfortable with the lack of notes that I have for this particular episode. That don't mean that I absolutely loved it, but I'm uncomfortable. So we're going to go ahead and get it started. I'm going to let everybody come on up in here. And, of course, as always, drop your ratings. I'm going to try to finish this ice cream cone, y'all. So don't judge me. And don't be all up in my mouth. I hate that. I don't even know why I'm on here doing it, but I don't know what to do with this and I don't want to waste it. Drop your ratings on a scale of 1 to 10. How do you rate today's episode? I want to know. And shout out to Dominic, our moderator in the chat. I am going to be opening Discord tonight so that I can get y'all to speak on some of y'all's thoughts like we have done in the past. It just helps a little bit better to get things to move a little bit quicker. Shout out to Adriana, who was the first one up in here. Hey, Keish. Shout out to all the members. Kimberly Felder, Keish, Erica James, Jada Not Famous. What's up, boo? Hey, Just Danielle. Welcome in, honey. Hey, Eric. Hey, Aaliyah. How's everybody feeling? How's everybody doing? Hey, Ray Ray. Y'all, drop your ratings. On a scale of 1 to 10, how we feeling about this episode? Last episode, it was nothing less than a 7 from what I recall last week. Nothing less than a 7. I cannot wait. Hey, Shari. Cannot wait to see what y'all think about this episode. I need to finish this because it's like melting in my hand. Erica had a brain freeze. I forgot y'all. I will never forget y'all. But when life be lifing, my go-to now, when I used to panic and I used to worry, my go-to now is to slow down. So when I start to get frustrated or irritated, I will slow down and I'll try to take a beat for myself and I'll try to breathe or try to have a little emotionally eating snack. So that's kind of what I did. Because life is life on the back end. Not necessarily like bad, but just like annoyance. Which you would know if you followed me over my personal channel. So I ain't forget y'all. But I was also just trying to, regain control and momentum from the day. Now, let's see. Let's see what we saying. You gave the episode a 7 out of 10, Dominic? Okay. Erica James gave it a 4. Riri gave it a 6 because of Sean and Chris. I also like the flashbacks. Keish gave it an 8. They bought Billy Goes Back too. It would have been a 9 if they did. I think they could have. I wish they could have did that, but that would have probably made this the most expensive episode of the season because, well, I don't know how much they had to pay Spencer, who plays Chris, and I'm not sure the dude's name who plays Sean. But if they had all of them in the episode, that episode got expensive. Ashley Monique says, aside from the fact that the episode was totally unrealistic, it was very entertaining because of the game, and Ash at 8.5 from me. Angela gave it a 5. Okay. Child. Saxton gave it a 7.5. I'm trying to make sure I ain't missing anyone up before it. Cendrika gave it an 8.5. It was given old All-American. That's because they had the inserts of actually old All-American. Because I fear, aside from the actual pop-ups from the old faces and the actual flashbacks, the rest was very much so giving new All-American. But I don't know. Y'all can tell me if I'm wrong. It was given very much new All-American and all those other parts. Eric H gave it an 8. Jada Not Famous says, honestly, an 8.5 out of 10. L Roommate, L Surprise, Wedding Attempt. Other than that, the episode was solid. Okay, Kimberly gave it an 8, mostly because of the flashbacks. Hey, Kofi, welcome in, boo. Kofi says, what up, E? King of the Asher Adams fan club gives the episode a 9. Ash in the championship game was the highlight. Cha. I hear you, Kofi. I hear you. So glad to see you up in here. Hey, John. Sean's death does still hit hard, and it hits home. But you happy that Asher got his closure of football? That part actually, it didn't save the whole storyline for me. But I'm like, okay, if this is why y'all did it, then I'll take it, kinda. Because Asher's whole storyline this episode was completely unrealistic, completely ridiculous. But the moment that he got back to Jamie and they had that conversation, I did like this. Okay. Tripstar VPR gave it a 10.5. I can't. You was in the DMs talking about that. Lamette gave it a 6.75. The Baker twins weren't menacing this episode, but Coop plucked a nerve. Why? Coop standing on business about patience. I appreciate it. Angela says it had good past features. Dang, it keeps rolling. I gotta figure out how to control this a little bit better. But not enough substance for me. Mercedes gave it a 7. Jordan making some progress, not much. Laugh out loud. Child, we gonna talk about little Mr. Baker. I'm gonna be the real one I believe myself to be, and we're gonna have a conversation about little Mr. Baker. I wish he didn't die. I wish Sean didn't die too. Shari P says, the first 30 minutes were a 10 out of 10. Daniel's directing was the best part of the episode. Okay. So I do want to say this because I really appreciate that too, Shari. Like, this looks like a regular All-American episode, but there were specific framing, specific choices, specific shots that I feel like were literally Daniel's choices to like put in, and like he's finding his footing as a director, and I appreciated it. So there was various things that I was like, throughout the episode, I was like, oh, okay. Like, specifically for me, the scene with Coop sitting at the island working on her iPad and looking at all those papers, but then Leila dragging the tote behind her. I thought that was framed so beautifully. It provided really great, like, comedic time, like, relief for the particular story part that's being addressed there, but then it also didn't lean too heavily into comedy. I just felt like that was a specific choice, and I appreciated it. And I felt like that about a bunch of different scenes. So I'm so glad that you pointed it out, because Daniel did do a really good job directing the episode. Now, I have notes about how some of it was written, and it's nothing that he could do about the writing and the actual story that he has to visually bring to life as the director. But yeah, I would agree. Shari gave it an 8.5. Kendry gave it a 10. Come on, not a 10 out of 10. That's the second 10 out of 10. Hey, Alicia. Welcome in, boo. Welcome in. I'm not gonna lie. I thought Asher was dead, child. If you watch my live reactions, I was so mad going up into that point. But then once I saw him laying face down, everything else kind of fell apart. And I'm like, nothing else really matters, but you better get your ass up. Like, stop playing with me, Asher. Stop playing with me. Let me know if it's too loud, because it looks like this thing is peaking on my end, but it's also because I'm hollering. So Um, Alana says, I wish the nostalgia hit enough for me to give it an 8, but it all just felt sort of flat for me. It felt forced. I felt joy seeing old characters, but the episode itself doesn't make me feel a lot. 7.8. That is such a greatly worded assessment, because I am right there with you with a lot that you just said. Alicia says, for me in my house, yes. The shot where Layla was on the closet and Jordan was on the opposite side of the wall showed the distance and started the scene was good. Yes, it was so many distinct directorial choices. I'm like, okay, Daniel, we see you, Daniel. Do your thing, 21. Do your thing. Yeah, I would agree. All right, let me actually open the Discord, because that's going to help me deflect from wanting to eat this ice cream but not wanting to do it on camera, so that one of y'all can talk while I finish this thing. At least I'm honest. The Discord is now open, so if you want to share your thoughts audibly about the episode before I jump into all of my critique thoughts. Is it going to be criticism tonight? Is it going to be criticism? I'm trying to see. Is it going to be criticism? I don't know. Maybe. Yes, come into the live chat waiting room, and then once I see you in there, I'll pull you into the main chat room. This is melting so bad. Daniel do this thing. When I see Asher on the ground, all I thought about was Kofi. Not you being worried for Kofi in his nerves, child. It's giving community, Jasmine. I love that for us. You see that, Kofi? Jasmine was worried. When Asher hit the deck, she was like, listen, is Kofi okay? Did somebody check on Kofi? Not y'all not coming into the Discord. Nobody want to sound off? Y'all just going to wait for me to start ranting, and then you're going to have everything in the world to say. I tell you, you're going to have everything in the world to say once I start ranting. This is about to make a mess, Erica. Just eat the damn thing. Okay. Well, in the meantime, in between time, Dominic, can you drop the link to the Discord for anybody who is not already in it and may want to join? Feel free at any point if you have something to say. That's how you can call in. All right, so where do we want to start in talking about this episode? Because for me, there was a lot that was very, very unrealistic, and I struggle with it heavy. The nostalgia saved the episode. The past characters and the nostalgia. Again, if you're a member, you can watch the live reactions. Shout out to the members. I cried during part of this episode. And I was like, listen here, NK. I didn't ask you to make me cry, honey. But I definitely cried. So I'm not going to play like I didn't enjoy this episode. Like I wasn't emotionally affected by this episode. I was. It was real. Oh, John's in here. But also, there was a lot that needs improvement. A lot. A whole lot. Let me get my headphones on. Alicia, where you going, honey? You was in. I could have pulled you and John up at the same time. Hey, John. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, let me make sure they can hear you. Give me a test.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Yes. Long time no speak. How are you?
I'm good. Very good, actually.
Come on, very good. I love that.
Hey, wait, does the chat hear me? Because, this is the one and only Mr. John Morales, Mr. Make an album out of every episode.
I believe they can hear you. Dominic, you can hear John okay, right? I believe it's good. It's showing me good on this level, on this side. Let me Yes, you good, John. Go for it.
All right, before I begin, there's something for an update. Just to let y'all know, my 3-month homeless spell is over. I got my apartment last week.
Wait,
Just want to put that out there.
I didn't know that you were in a 3-month homeless spell. Well, thank God.
Yeah, while I was watching some of your episodes, I was homeless.
Oh my goodness. My God, the amount of perseverance and determination. Well, great job for you pulling yourself out of that. I'm glad.
Yeah.
And I hope that your new place is a place that you can really set up shop, feel at home, feel at peace, grounded.
It is very peaceful and it's very quiet. I love it. But
Perfect.
We need to talk about this week's episode.
Mm-hmm.
So, I have a little bit to say. It's more so I'm happy that we got more than just like 5 minutes, 10 minutes of football. And there wasn't like a ton of drama, or like the drama that was there was more football related until like the end with the marriage and everything. So I'm gonna say this: some of the callbacks to Mr. Sean. I ain't gonna lie, like I said in the chat, it hit. Because it just reminded me of because I think it was It was when when Chris and Coop and Spencer were at the field when he went back for whatever that thing was. I'm trying to remember what it was. When Coop said that
piece of grass.
Yeah, when Coop said Spencer got somewhere better to be, and they had the voiceover of Sean, that really hurt, because he said that all the time throughout the first season.
Mm-hmm.
But I do give this episode. I do give this episode. I would say a solid 9.
Really?
So the reason why I say that is, one, like, the drama was not as over the top, was not as unnecessary as some of I would say, like, 2 episodes ago, 3 episodes ago. Like, it wasn't unnecessary drama. Because Erica, you could agree with me, and I think the chat and Kofi can agree with me.
Kofi gonna agree regardless if it's talking about a man.
But he can agree with me that we didn't get useless drama in this episode.
Right, but that brings me to the question I was about to ask of, are you giving it a 9 because compared to the rest of the whackness, if you will, that we have gotten, it's the best of the worst? Or are you giving it a 9 because it's actually a really solid 9? And I think,
okay, so if we are speaking on as a collective from all 5 seasons, I wouldn't give it a 9. I'd give it like a solid 7, 7.5.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the forced drama, like the amount of forced drama, the amount of like the unnecessary drama that we've had over this whole season, it's the best of the worst.
Right. I can agree with that.
Because again, for people like me who got invested in it because of the football, we got our football. We got our little football drama of, Asher, coming back onto the field, and for some of the Asher fans, especially the ones that went over time as he tried to redeem himself, we got closure to him, getting his last hurrah. Because remember, the last time we saw him, it was in preparation for the state championship.
I was fine with that. I didn't even realize that he was gonna need all of this extra. When you couldn't play in the state finals, I thought that was when it was final.
Well, if I remember the episodes, he did say that he got clearance from a doctor to start, ramping up the exercise, and officially he never was off the roster.
Which I think is some bullshit, but I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all rock. Hey, Kofi.
Well, there have been cases where, like, now granted, it's more so happened in high school, where you had like the player manager, player coach suit up for the team. A doctor. I'm going
to pick this apart. Kobe, lower it down so it's not an echo. Until you start speaking. But I'm gonna pick it apart after. But I just want to be clear and put a bookmark here. That was completely unrealistic because they are in their junior year. Even if he had recruited Asher, which the recruitment fell through because he had a heart condition, so he never actually got to do any of the things that would have got him started as a freshman before being taken out, every year they have to resubmit, the rosters and who's redshirt and who's playing, like all of those things. You mean to tell me Mr. Montez carried this boy as a member on the team, taking up a actual spot for 3 years? No, but I'm gonna let them have it because I feel like they was using shoestring and gum to string together a lot of those plots today.
It was a good moment though. It was a good moment.
It was a means to the end. It was a mean to get Asher on the field, which was the point. I just think that they could have written it better. Like they needed to set it up better. We knew it was coming.
Yeah, because
their whole answer for how it happened doesn't actually make sense. It's unrealistic. Yeah. It's ridiculous, and they actually had time to do so because they have been setting up Asher's return to the field for the last 4-5 episodes at least. So y'all also could have started to, put in the things that you needed to make this actually make sense. Like he even had a jersey with his name on it. They don't order jerseys with your name on it and you're in your junior year with the hopes and you get what I'm saying? Like they could have easily while Asher's having them damn dreams and going to Jabari and going to Wade about his damn dreams, even though they're the students in this matter and you're supposed to be the coach. He could have easily been like, yo, look, I ordered this at the beginning of the season because he wanted to feel included, or you know what I'm saying? Like he could have easily shown that jersey, or at least shown that he was doing certain things to set up for this, versus having him pop out on a goddamn field and have his little Kanye West moment. I can't. It's a means to the end. We got him on the field so he can get his closure. Cool. I'm accept it because of that. But that was one of the most unreal. First of all, you know what? I said I was going to chill and not say it, but I'm going to say it now. Coach Mr. Montez is coaching a national championship, his second possible one in a row, from the skybox. From the skybox? Y'all couldn't come up with nothing else. Again, I know this is a means to the end to get Asher onto the field, and I know that we are rest in peace to the actor who played Coach Mr. Montez, and it was hard to navigate. They had to have come up with something else. The same people who gave us seasons 1 and season 2, and like y'all said, those moments had crack in it in this episode. Like it hit harder than crack in the 80s. When Sean popped up, when Chris popped up, the flashbacks, the music hit so hard. And then y'all let the momentum drop in various moments because you pick very weak story choices, writing wise. That's why I cannot rate this episode anything higher than a 7. And I don't even know if I want to give it a 7. It might be hovering around a 6.5 for me. Sorry. Hey, Kofi.
Dang.
Kofi, you there?
Kofi's on mute.
I think Kofi muted his mic. Yeah, and it's a delay, so he's not going to see it until for a second.
But anyway, but like you were saying, okay, aside from you picking apart all of this, good Lord,
am I picking it apart, or was it sitting right there? They asked me to suspend a lot of disbelief.
Disbelief. But like I said, we got some of the closure we wanted. Like, for some of the people that
y'all needed that. Y'all really needed Asher to get on the field one more time.
Yes, because you know why? The last time we saw him play, the last time we saw him in a uniform, the man found out he could no longer play anymore, and it was in the state championship. We needed at least something. God damn it.
Please put in the chat a 1 if you needed to see Asher get back on the field.
Y'all better one this up.
No, they're gonna give their honest feedback. Kofi, you here? Hey, what you want to give your general of the episode?
Wait, sorry, I don't want to interrupt Erica. What would have made this episode a 10 for me is if Ashley showed up.
Is what?
If Ashley showed up.
Oh no, that would have made it even worse because they already messed up that storyline. There's nothing else that we could do with Ashley. But go ahead, Kofi. Kofi, you gotta mute YouTube.
Yeah, Kofi, mute your YouTube or anything because your mic is really low right now.
I don't know if he's talking. I can't hear anything. All right. Any other overview thoughts that you want to share, John? Because you already pulled me into a whole little specific piece I was going to dive into, and I'm supposed to be doing 50,000 foot view.
Lord
Go ahead.
Let's see. I did love I will say this. Daniel did a really good job. Now, whether it was his directive or not, I did love that someone brought up in the comments was that little distance that it showed with Jordan and Leila, and what, the little distance they had, I guess, like between them, like on the other side of the walls. I would say that it was a really good directed. It was a really well directed show episode by Daniel. Olivia wasn't toxic. Jordan wasn't toxic. We didn't get Leila being a D1 crash out. It was a solid episode in the sense that we didn't have unnecessary drama with Jordan, Leila, and what like little disses they had.
I agree. I agree 100%.
Somebody's mic is on, so I'm getting feedback.
Yeah, I just muted Kofi. Kofi, you're going to have to unmute yourself once you mute YouTube. Hey, Dominic.
Hey.
You wanted to add your overall thoughts on the episode too?
There you go, Kofi. We hear you perfectly well.
Yeah, we hear you, Kofi.
I can't hear him.
Erica hears what she wants to hear.
Most of the time, but I can't hear him. He's muted. That's not Kofi. That's Dominic that's speaking. John.
No. Well, I'm now speaking. But I think Kofi was trying to speak just now. Kofi, want to say something?
He's still muted, so he'll have to unmute himself. Go ahead until he figures it out. Kofi, you got to manage muting the YouTube and unmuting the Discord and back and forth.
This is why I use the YouTube on my computer and the Discord on my phone.
Yep. Well, I was listening to the live stream as I doing my work, but essentially, the episode was okay. The part that really got me was when Coop looked at the stands and she saw Sean. Like, it's not Spencer alone who felt the connection. It was Coop as well. And I was like, wow.
Oh okay, my goodness. Daniel did his big one. I think that is it. Like, I was really holding strong because the scenes from season 1 still hit for me. Like, I still watch that first episode like I have never seen it before, and I still get very excited. I still get very engaged. I still start to get emotional. Like, I pretty much connected with Spencer as a character from the very jump. So to see those particular scenes, I was already getting to a place of like, okay, this is really great. The nostalgia is cool. But I think that it is when Coop looked over and she got to see Sean too, that just did something completely different for me. That, I don't know, that to me was something I didn't know that I needed to see, that I think kind of created a closure moment in reference to the Sean character.
She was the one that that got back for Sean. So it made sense, but at the same time, it was a really nice surprise. Like for it.
And it wasn't overdone. She literally, it was for a split second. It worked, and it made me so emotional in that moment. Like, bruh, one, we have come so far. She's come so far. Sorry, what'd you say?
No, it said it boosts your episode rating by 5 points. That whole scene alone, that scene alone was good. Right?
So what you're saying is for Erica, it was a 2, but then when we saw Sean, it became 7.
Yes.
Listen,
because I
And
know,
even also,
because
like, the setup for that, too, though. So, like, her seeing Sean was a great, like, bookend to that particular scene. But even to, like, bring Coop back for the second time and he's running into Chris, and you just got the little Crenshaw kids on the Crenshaw field, it's like, give me more of that. Like, that to me is, like, felt like the show.
He has a better place to be.
Like, I'm like, yo, we need this in the show. Like, the show don't even feel like this anymore. Like, this is what's missing.
But I'm just gonna say, John, I completely agree with you when you said that Ashley needed to make a little sneak peek. I don't know how the writers are gonna work it, but if Ashley show up, bacchanal, yes, we like that type of drama. Insert it, but I know Erica said it have been worse, so and you asked
I agree with Erica that it's unrealistic, but I mean, like, the way they did it, definitely unrealistic, but they could have set it up, yes.
To do what in this
Like, it's
episode?
not
You talking about you don't
it's
want
not
no unrealistic
impossible.
drama. That would have been unrealistic drama. Unnecessary drama. That boy would have been on his Carrie shit.
Question. If they would have set it up better, like, as in, like, actually set up the timeline, how, like, he's able to stay on, end up being eligible to play and stuff like that. And,
Ashley?
maybe he has a better role instead of just the potential, the fake out heart attack. Would you have accepted it?
Ashley?
Huh?
You said Ashley.
No, Asher.
I thought we were talking about, you said you wanted Ashley to be in the episode.
No. That was just me. That was just me agging on the chat
That was-
because we
that-
all talked
that-
about
that-
that. That was just me being funny.
Oh, so now you're asking about Asher. I thought we were still talking about Ashley.
Oh no! Oh, I thought we went back to Asher, but no. There's no reason. No. Let's be real.
I was joking. I was joking, Erica. I was also.
Oh,
joking.
okay.
Yeah, let's be
what's
real.
up, everybody?
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Asher.
glad that we're past that.
I'm not mad that he got back on the court. I mean, the field or whatever. If that's
It's
what
a
he needed
setup.
to do, it's literally the setup. It's 100% the story. It was not done well for me. If that's what I didn't need it, but if he needed it, because I can't tell these characters what the need and what the want and how they feel. If he needed it, cool. They just could have did a better job with the story.
Well, see, I thought they were setting it up pretty well because what was it? Last episode, the episode before, when he was running those routes with
Right, that
with
told
Wade and
you
them.
that he wants to do
Yeah,
it.
like-
It told you that he wants to do it. They tried to foreshadow it, but I'm saying the story elements are the logistic pieces that actually make it make sense. None of that is actually conducive. Y'all are juniors. You did not get carried on that damn roster. They were not ordering a jersey with your name on it every year, but you also being carded as the coach. We do not have an announcer who's doing the officiating or like doing the official announcements over radio, podcast, whatever. Say, oh my God, I got news that there's another player coming out of it. It's Coach Asher Adams, because he's also not technically y'all's damn coach. He is a student coach. It's too much. Halftime, you are literally giving the pep talk for Coach Mr. Montez, who seems relegated to the damn skybox. The story don't make no damn sense. So no, they did not set it up. They did not set it up at all.
Kofi Kobe is. Don't let the Asher fan
Kobe coming
fan club hear this. Kobe is.
Hey, rest in peace, rest in peace. But I feel like you're being funny with that skybox line.
Why?
It's a double entendre.
For what?
Because King
Skybox.
Mars unfortunately passed away.
That he's up in
I
heaven.
did not mean it like that.
I'm a
at
D1
all.
instigator, Erica. You know this.
I did not
Anyway,
mean
what's
that.
up,
Sounds very
everybody?
insensitive. Oh, I'm so sorry. That sounds so insensitive.
My fault. Anyway, what's up?
Well, they shouldn't have put his ass there. That's what it's technically called. I did not actually think about it. And then they got these damn coaches pointing up. See, they set me up.
Erica, that's me being insensitive, not you.
No, I feel insensitive because I've been hollering it. And it's like, now I need to come up with another name for it. Having him somewhere other than on the goddamn field coaching. You have him, you have Asher. Hey guys, we're
Just
tied
off-screen,
up at the
off-screen.
halftime. None of the assistant coaches are stepping
off-screen.
in. None of the assistant coaches are stepping in to get this little pep talk. It's like, y'all, cut it out. Cut it out, because none of this actually feels real. He literally got carte blanche, just free roam of everything, and that's just not how D1 programs work, and it's definitely not how D1 programs who are defending a national title work. They are tightened up. Shit is real. Like, I know people don't want to believe it or don't think about it. Hold on one second. I don't think people want to think about it in this way, but like, I've actually played D1 sports, and I didn't play at Duke. So like, be clear. I literally experienced stuff that felt like these are the pros. Like, it might be we're in college, but they are paying for our asses to be here, and they expect us to be like professionals. You have to move like professionals. So I just felt like overall, the entire Coastal California storyline this whole season thus far has been completely unrealistic, from how the players are talking to the supposed coaches, from the mixing between the player coach student coach dynamic, the missing Mr. Montez, who was always whispering from the damn shadows and never appears. I know what actually happened to him, but they have to figure out a way to creatively write around that so that could make sense while also still honoring his absence in a way that works for the damn story. None of that actually felt real. Like, it just don't. And it was no amount of Asher really wants to get on the field that's going to save it. Like, because we already know he wants to get back on the field, but y'all have to give us the story to tell us exactly how he could do it. And you telling us in the episode that he actually appears from the coaches on the other side talking about he just got word Montez approved this. That sounds like he was on their team. This is the opposite team. Like, what? That dialogue itself don't even sound like what it was. Anyway, no. None of it was realistic. Not a bit.
I do wonder, and I don't know if it was ever explained. Maybe I don't know who. Remember like when they were teasing going to like UCLA and stuff like that. So how come like they ended up going like, to like a made up,
licensing?
Okay, understood.
Not a bit. I do wonder
when they're trying to get the budget down, right? Because they got acquired by Nexstar. That stuff goes into it. This is stuff that y'all don't actually have to think about as an audience member. But if you're curious, he didn't actually wind up going to UCLA because then they would have to pay UCLA to use their logos, their likeness, and to basically put the school in the show.
True. Okay, so that's kind of like why we have Brinkston instead of one of the HBCUs that are actually in Atlanta.
That's why she's at Brinkston, not at Clark. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Or at Spelman, or at Morehouse. Exactly. Yep.
That's always something that I had wondered back when they did that.
Well, part of it is that it's licensing, but then also when you look at the Greek stuff, the Greek stuff isn't happening not because of licensing. The Greek stuff is all fake Greek organizations, because you can also, as a brand, just say no because you don't want to give free license to however they want to write about this character within your organization. So I believe that the school thing is because they don't want to pay licensing fees and all of that to particular universities. The Greek organizations are all fake because they don't want the organizations to look away if they try to have a storyline around hazing, or they try to talk about certain things that seem untoward or can be a little bit controversial. They want it to be towards a fictitious university, and another real one is not, Greek letter organization, because a real one is not going to sign off to be shown in that light.
Yeah, okay. That was one thing I had wondered. I knew about the Greek organization one, but I was a little disappointed because it would have been cool to like see them in like, actual UCLA gear with the coach and all the other stuff. But
now I need to ask y'all this, being people who watch football. Kofi, I don't know why you can't hear us in Discord. We can hear you. We can hear your YouTube. I can't hear you as like speaking, but I can hear your YouTube.
UCLA gear with the coach and
Kofi, you're I ask y'all this, being people who watch football. I gotta mute you, Kofi, because it's just repeating all of what I just said on a delay.
All right, so what are you about to say about football?
How likely is it that two football teams from the same conference will be going against each other in nationals? Because that also feels very unrealistic to me.
So that wouldn't. So the thing about with college football is, unless like with the playoffs nowadays, it's it's highly unlikely unless like they're like, you know, the top two teams in the nation, and they play each other like in, you know, their conference championship, and it's a close game, because that's happened. It's happened before with like Georgia and Alabama over in the SEC, but it's rare that you'll ever get like two teams from the same conference even going into the playoffs.
That's what I thought. One of them would get knocked out in the playoffs, and they should be playing somebody from another.
So it would always be the top four seeded. If this is D1, if they're basing it off of how college football is now, well, now they're going to like 16 or 18 playoffs. So it actually, if this was next year, say like they're going off of like the playoffs the way it's going to go next year, it's completely realistic, because it's realistic, rare, but it would be realistic because you would have more teams able to get into the playoffs. So like you could have like, say like GAU and Coastal California play each other in the championship for their conference. Say it's won by a field goal, and they're like, you know, 1 and 2 in the nation. They could still end up playing each other eventually in the playoffs or the finals. But it's really unrealistic that it would ever happen currently with 4 teams in the playoffs. Okay. That's why I kind of didn't like it. It would have been cool if it was a conference championship game, but it's very rare you ever get a national championship game with 2 teams in the same conference.
That's what I thought. So the whole setup, unrealistic to me. Unrealistic AF. From the rooter to the tutor.
Yeah. Now, say like this would have been All-American based in like Georgia, Florida, like, you know, where like some of the best teams in the whole nation are in, I could believe it. But considering that California isn't, you know, it hasn't been strong in football in God only knows how many years,
and they don't show us football. That's another thing. Like, this also, it works against them in how little football they actually show us, or how little football they put these characters into, because we don't even get to build up in our minds like, yeah, these niggas are grit on tough. We barely getting to see them on the football field. And all y'all was looking at me last week like I'm crazy, because I'm like, I don't want either one of them to win. I don't believe that either one of them belong there. And then they pull this goofy ass fantasy out their ass and put it on screen. And now, I mean, y'all probably glad that Spencer won. Cool. I am too. I was at the end like, yeah, get off him. Yeah, get off him. Cool. But y'all should feel me, at least a monicum of like, this don't actually line up. They are asking us to like just believe some bullshit. Kofi, can you hear us now?
I think we hear him.
Yeah, we can hear him. Oh,
we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah, someone said in the comments, Cali is a hoop state.
I cannot hear Kofi.
How many?
Kofi.
You can't hear Kofi?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm hearing him.
I can hear you.
I can. Oh, okay. Kofi, try to say something.
I can hear you.
Erica hearing him now? Okay, Erica's working behind the scenes. Once Erica figures that out, guys, just make sure to like.
Is he talking?
No, he's not. Just make sure. No, that's me. That's me, Ollie. That's me.
Well, no, I thought I heard Kofi talking.
No,
well, Kofi just said hello.
Kofi said hello.
Kofi just said hello.
I feel like this should be an episode by itself. Kofi figuring out how to get into the chat.
Wait, how do you hear Kofi, but I don't hear Kofi? This is my damn Discord. What is happening?
I'm built different.
No, because I'm hearing Kofi also. Okay, but it's not Erica alone. It's the chat.
See, there you go, Erica. I just heard him.
Erica's not hearing.
The chat can't hear him.
The chat's not hearing. No, the chat can't hear. No.
They can hear him now?
Is it due to this VC? Kofi say something?
He's not even unmuted. I like y'all see that there's a little mic with a
Okay,
X
see,
on it next to his name.
I don't see it there.
No, I don't see it on mobile. I'm not seeing it. I could take a screenshot. John,
But
if you could take a
yeah,
screenshot as
hey,
well.
so I can hear him in the Discord, but I think Erica, I don't know, maybe it's a setting that you could push him through, but yeah, the chat can't hear him.
I
Yeah.
can't hear him either. I think that you're John. I think you're hearing Dominic. You're not hearing Kofi.
Dominic also heard Kofi too.
Yeah, I'm hearing him, Erica.
I don't know how.
I'm hearing Kofi. Kofi is saying hello, and he's saying what's up, and he's saying hope you have a great day. Hope you guys had a good day or something like that.
Okay, so Kofi on your
He just said, "How about now?"
Nope, you're still muted on my side. Can you check like there's a turn your mic on mode like button underneath the like mic button and you can press up. Can you check and see what your settings say?
So Erica, he can hear you. You just can't hear him. He's talking right now.
I can't hear him at all.
Okay.
Like it just
Wanna
sounds
change your
silent.
PC?
Man, this is gonna be a whole like drama by itself. Unnecessary drama. Kofi trying to figure out how to get into the chat.
Right.
You see, Kofi just wants to talk about Asha Adams and Erica's VC is like preventing him from speaking. And
Hey, Erica, I think there's something up with your thing. It's just I heard him say Asher, and it's like,
All right, y'all wait right here. I'm gonna go into the other room and see if I go in there with him if I can hear him.
Wait,
Okay.
Erica, do you have him muted, or is it the other way around? Do you
Kofi,
have
stop
Kofi muted on the
moving.
PC?
You keep moving. Oh wait. Okay, go ahead,
who
Kofi.
keeps moving?
I think somebody in chat said you may have him muted.
I did have him muted, but I thought that he could unmute himself.
So Kofi, try
Well,
speaking
no,
again.
you might have had him muted for the actual chat, but you didn't have. But
Okay,
who
Kofi,
knows?
say something.
Saying something.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Yes!
Not you got an attitude. Not you got an attitude when you finna come with all this Asher ass noise that I'm gonna have to be patient with. You'll be fine about some damn Discord muting. Hey, Kofi.
Yeah. Hey, what's up,
I'll let
y'all?
him speak. I'll let him speak.
What up?
I'm also gonna leave, so if somebody else could come in from the YouTube.
Yeah,
and
I
come in
saw
the chat.
Alicia, but then she popped out. Alicia, go back into the waiting room so I can pull you into the room. But yeah, we're gonna give Kofi the
Alright,
floor.
cool.
Go ahead, Kofi.
All right, we're gonna put silence in the room. Kofi, we want to hear what you got to say.
Okay, so I won't be long. Yeah, this episode was valid. I gave it a 9. Low key, I almost shed a tear because I legit thought my boy died, bro. Like
For a
he
split
was sitting
second.
there.
Well, that was out for a minute.
I was like, "Oh no, Asher, get up, bro! Don't blow out like this, man. No." But I guess they took a cue from Jerry Maguire, like you said, and he got his closure, which I'm happy because we remember what happened in season 3 in episode 19 when his dad came to him and said he has a heart condition, he can never play football again. So I'm glad he got his closure, and I'm glad he chose his family. I sometimes in life you need to, when you want something so bad and then when you finally achieve it you realize, hey, maybe it's not what I wanted after all. I just got to leave on my own terms. So for that, I'm glad. So I agree with you, Erica. His arc is complete. Like he's completed all his tasks. At this point, he's just doing side quests. So it's not really much for Asher to do now.
Come
Kofi,
on,
you
not
are
Kofi
definitely an
agrees
Asher
with
fan.
me.
He's an
I'm
Asher
just-
stan. He knew the exact episode and season that the whole heart thing happened. That's wild.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. But for real, like I think he's. I'm not saying don't give him don't. I'm not saying let him leave the show. But it's like a man has finally gotten his full circle moment. So what's
yeah.
left for him to accomplish? You know, unless you guys want to go on this
I'll-
coaching journey with him. But other than that,
I'm
Asher
okay.
from season 1 to now had his complete arc. He's a good white dude. He's no longer racist. He's a loving. It's like, what else do we need here?
What
I'm
else
just
do
waiting
we
for him to go to
need?
the skybox.
Yes, Alicia, we can hear you. I'm just giving Kofi a chance to land this plane real quick. How are you, honey?
I'm good. This is my first time catching the live stream in a minute because of work. But
Oh, welcome back.
thank you. But I wouldn't he be medically unclear? Technically, like I know that his doctor said, like, yeah, you can ramp up the exercise a little more, but like I feel like in terms of football and everything, wouldn't they be like, you ain't eligible?
John was trying to tell me I was picking it apart, so I. Because that is a very real thing. We have to go through specific physicals, and it's just a lot. Like when you play a D1 sport, you are basically a pre-pro player. Well, yeah, D1.
Basically.
Maybe D2 kind of, but like D1 for sure. And there's a lot of shit that you have to do. Like there's a lot of things that I recall. Like I had to do everything down to like as little as like I used to have to get a flu shot every single year. I hate the flu shot. I never get the flu shot. I had no choice. Like there are certain immunizations. There's certain things that I had to take vitamins. Like certain things that like you do not have a choice. Once you sign on this dotted line and you take this tuition, you do this shit that we telling you to do. Everything from medical things to, of course, practices, team meetings. Like it's very, very specific. So for them to yes, set it up in reference to Ash's desire to be back on the field, but then basically clear the way and not put any kind of nuance and no type of storytelling into how that could actually happen is ridiculous to me. I think a good example would be, and I've told y'all this story before, but like I'm gonna remind people who might not know, I got to play D1 volleyball in grad school. Technically, you only get 4 years of eligibility, and then you cannot play in collegiate sports, specifically like in a D1 arena. I was only granted a special accommodation by the NCAA to play in grad school because I wound up losing my team after Hurricane Katrina. And eligibility is a thing that runs concurrently. So even if you don't play in a game, your eligibility year is still going. It's still like you still get counted out for that unless you redshirt, which is something else, some paperwork and additional distinction that you have to send into the NCAA so that they have to know that you actually won't be stepping foot on a court or whatever. So like even that I think is a great example of like there's ways that things happen and things get worked out, but there's story to that, and you actually have to share that. You cannot just throw the boy in a damn game, have him have this little run out on the field moment that's all grandiose, and then just kind of like sum it all up with a couple of words in passing from the coach from another team and the coach on this team. Like that's not how it works. It's a lot of things that go into it, and I think that it would have done a greater service to Asher even arriving at this point if we would have gotten the story or at least alluded to it, right? And then they could have made it all, brought the puzzle together fully in this episode. If they would have alluded better to some of the things that were also happening on the back end, it would have brought this moment for Asher to a much stronger place, a much better pinnacle, because then we would have really been able to register all that it even took to get him on the field. So then we can look at it and be like, oh yeah, he walking away from a lot. Wow. But I don't think that we even get that.
No, you're right. And someone said in the chat, I thought JJ took Asher's spot. He definitely did.
JJ took Asher's spot?
Because when Asher lost his scholarship, JJ took his football spot.
No, they both got recruited to go there. JJ and Asher didn't play the same position.
Wait, no, JJ got the scholarship. JJ
yes.
Because I remember Asher saying that like that was supposed to be mine and now you wasting it. So,
and it's like y'all didn't even play the same position. That was when Asher was tripping on his whole like I'm grieving not being able to play football, but they didn't even play the same position. If anybody took somebody's position, Jabari basically easily slid into to JJ's spot.
Well, it's killing me was when
I was gonna ask if since they couldn't use the licensing like the real college football teams, what would have been the equivalent to Coastal California? Because I know JU was supposed to be UCLA. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I want to say USC, but that's in the hood. Y'all put that school in Malibu. So like we do technically have two powerhouse teams in LA, UCLA and USC. But USC is downtown UCLA is downtown in the hood. Like it is bordering downtown and South Central. Like it's a hop, skip, and a jump.
So
No,
where
that's
did they
silly.
say Coastal is? By
Huh?
Malibu, right?
It's
They
in
say
Malibu, yeah.
Coastal's in Malibu.
Or even further up, like God help them if it's in like Oxnard or child. I'm assuming Malibu because that's where the house is. But like once you get up there and you go up the PCH, like that's gonna take me to a whole nother place because all of that shit is improbable. It's like Calabasas. It's privileged, white, wealthy, rich people doing rich shit. That's what that is. And that's what Coastal gives me, so I can't say that it is like USC. USC is a very affluent school, don't get me wrong, but their location adds a certain level of grit to it, to me.
That's the black school, and UCLA is technically the white school.
No, USC is still a white school too. It just
I
have a
know.
little bit
I'm
more
just-
grit.
It's a
to
white
it.
school in the hood.
It's a white school. It's close to the hood that a white school is ever going to get in LA, aside from UC Long Beach. But UC Long Beach's campus is amazing. Maybe that's what it is. I'll say that Coastal is like UC Long Beach, but not in Long Beach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I ain't from
you know,
California, so I'm just gonna act like it.
and going to the eligibility thing, I think I've seen this in other programs. Like there's a player who got drafted by the Broncos, Bo Nix. Bo Nix played 6 years of college football because he had his fourth year, he redshirted, and then he had the COVID year because they couldn't play college football because of COVID. So yeah, technically you can play more than 4 years of college football. So,
but that has to get approved. It's not just something that just happens.
Right. Yeah. And as for what you were saying about Asher, you know what? If it were me, I would have written it where we see him constantly going through the red tape, so to speak, of trying to get back on the field, talk to the AD, talk to whoever's in charge of this football, like maybe have him order a jersey with his name on it, and talk about wanting to play. And then when we get to when he plays, it's a better payoff because the only time we've gotten him actually playing football was when he ran the drills with Wade and Jabari in like the last in the last 2 episodes ago. And then we fast forward to he
Oh,
played,
Pepperdine. That's what Coastal California is probably like Pepperdine. But you know what? I didn't even think of Pepperdine because I don't think of athletics when I think of Pepperdine. I ain't even gonna hold you.
Yeah.
Crazy.
But yeah.
But yeah, that's all I'm saying, Kofi. I agree. Like there is just not a lot of payoff, and if he was already struggling with medical conditions, that is all. Like even if Coach Mr. Montez kept him on the roster in his freshman year, right? If he was going to certain things, they would know. My coaches knew everything about me medically. They have invested in you. Like this is not no game. This is not high school.
Wouldn't they have put him on a medical red shirt? Because they did. I remember they did that with Shaq's son.
Yeah, you can do that, but they would have to. They should have said that. That's what I'm saying. And the thing is, why would they put him on a medical red shirt if his primary care doctor is saying that he cannot play or he will not be able to live? That means that you can't play. That's not you'll come back next season. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But didn't he go to another doctor that said that they cleared him, that there's still risks, but he can do light football work?
Yes, all of that happened, but I'm saying if we're going with just what they gave us in this episode of Coach Mr. Montez never took him off the roster, but you never took him off the roster from freshman year. Things have drastically changed, and y'all have given us no story, no explanation in between of how you could carry a player for 3 seasons that's not actually playing for a team that won a national championship last year. So if you didn't have scrutiny before, you would definitely have scrutiny once you won a national championship and he was in a coach's position or a student coach position, but he was still on the roster as a football player. that you cannot just excuse that away with a quick statement. The same way that you can't have Jabari Wade say, yeah, he ain't missed no routes this whole time, and we saw him run one route.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna let him have it though, okay?
I ain't taking it from him. I'm just saying they did a means to an end, and for me, no disrespect intended, but it was lazy writing because the story was not there to make it make sense.
Yeah. I feel like for me at the end when he was on, I feel like at the end when he was on the ground just laying there, I was just like, y'all know this man got heart condition, and y'all just gonna let him just lay there, and no one's gonna run to him.
Yeah, and that's another thing I had an issue with. Like, where was the medical tent? Where were the medical professionals or people trying to rush to the field? Because when Damar Hamlin happened in about a year ago, you had ambulances, you had people come up trying to, you know, assess the situation. There was a delay of game. There was stoppage of play. I don't know. That didn't make sense to me.
So. And I'm trying. John says to suspend my disbelief. I have been trying because even with that particular moment, I tried to stay locked in to like, oh, none of these people going to move. Nobody going to move an inch and try to come to him. But then also you pop up like it's all good in the hood and this is goddamn Rudy. Last time I checked in the sports I played, if you stay down too long and your ass is not actually hurt, that's a penalty because you're delaying the game.
Crazy.
Yeah.
There are times where stuff has happened with my teammates and it's like they stayed down too long and it's like, oh, we're going over here to help you and it's a little bit too long, so we need you at least to limp over so that we don't get hit with nothing and then you could just come back into the game in the next possession. But I was like, I'm trying to suspend my disbelief.
Well, I mean, Asher had his moment, but it didn't matter. He left too much time on the clock for Spencer and GAU. And then, so Jordan hits that swing pass.
That forced ass argument, child.
Well,
I would say the only thing, I'm glad they only had Asher in for that one play and then took him out right after. Because if they would have kept him in longer, I would have been like, nah, you shouldn't be doing that.
You know what? You know what? It would have been nice. I mean, they probably wanted to do it. He also played DB, so let him line up against Spencer in the final. Then let Spencer score him on the final play. That'd have been cool too. That
would have been the closure I needed, so that Asher always knew that he was never going to be better than a boy from Crenshaw that he asked to crip walk. Now take your ass back to the house in Crenshaw.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But besides Asher, can we talk about how my man Chris is back? You know.
Yes, we're gonna get to them, but let's do the football real quick. Let's finish up the football because Tweedledee and Tweedledoofus coach on the sidelines arguing with Smith about what he know. Also, it was way too much of the players speaking up for me. I don't give a damn if you're going to the NFL or not. Not too much. Asher, you're not the damn coach and you giving the pep talk in the damn halftime. It's a lot of the players speaking to me, for me, who is leading this ship? Who is leading the damn ship? Kenny, your ass been gone for a month of Sundays and 3 years looking after a nephew that we didn't even know about when we first met your ass. Coach Snake in the Grass is talking about that analytics. And Spencer's like, oh, but the heart. And I'm just like, y'all are giving me this goofy ass after school special only so that y'all could go ahead and win the game. Just win the game and be done with it. I would have rather y'all wrote they won and we read it as a damn recap in a newspaper versus watching the travesty that was that goofiness going back and forth with all of them.
You know what? Honestly, the Asher giving I didn't think that was too unrealistic because he was promoted to offensive head assistant or something like that. So that's not unbelievable to think. He has been in the meeting rooms and he's personally trained with the players, like seen them and run drills with them. So that wasn't unbelievable.
A national championship, and the head coach, the assistant coach do not speak at all in the halftime. Okay, Kofi.
Look, they're caught between a rock and the hard place with the unfortunate passing of Kmart. So I don't know what they could have, like maybe have the other guy who, the assistant coach, the one that was telling Wade that hey,
he's a damn player, but you ain't telling Asher that he's a student coach. He had all this shit to say, not at halftime when they needed to be pepped up or whatever. You got all this stuff to say because you got animosity for Wade, I guess, or whatever the hell's going on here. But like they could have even did the same thing that they did at Coast. I mean, at GAU at Coastal. Why isn't that black man basically the interim coach? Y'all trying to hold on to Coach Mr. Montez so bad, which I understand, but like use what the hell is given to you, and he's here anyway. But now we got to play telephone, and then you only got something to say when you want to come back at Wade when Asher's the one that rallies the troops and the child.
Well, we might get a resolution to the Coach Montez story because I read the synopsis for 10 next week, and it looks like they're gonna address it because I think they realize that this has been dragging for.
Well, they said Mr. Montez had pneumonia, and that's why he was in the little box. So I don't know. Unless they're gonna kill off another character, I don't know how they're gonna work.
Yeah, they're gonna have to.
Wait, I didn't even register in the episode. So that's what they said of why he was up
there.
Yeah,
they said he had pneumonia.
Oh,
and that's why he was up in the box.
I could be wrong, but you don't pass pneumonia to people.
I don't know how that works.
So, but also, again, I went to college, played collegiate sports, and what would probably be deemed a very toxic time before NIL deals and all that. It was very little that would keep your ass off the sidelines at a game, whether you're a coach or a player. It is very little. I played my entire senior year with a torn meniscus. But that's just, I could just be a little toxic. I'm going to go ahead and go ahead, Kofi. Finish your thought.
I was just going to say, you didn't care. You didn't think that was a risk to your health. You didn't think you were going to destroy your knee after that.
But I also thought that I wasn't going to the damn league. I had already made that decision and turned down an agent. So I said, I'm going to finish out my senior year, get my team as far as I could possibly get to. And I had surgery 2 weeks before graduation. Walked across graduation, put my damn crutches down, walked across graduation, and picked the damn crutches back up. Period. That was a choice I made.
Okay.
And you led your team to success. Period.
I mean, it's for the game you love, so I understand. But aside from the football, I'm so happy because this is probably the last time I'm going to get to see football on this show, so it gave me the amount of football I needed, so I'm happy about that.
I want Coach Kenny gone.
Well,
it's over now. I mean, like, Spencer about to go to the draft, so it's like
Jordan still go there unless he decides to enter the draft, which he shouldn't. But I want Coach Kenny gone. I want Coach Snake in the Grass gone. I don't want to. This can be the end of football on this show if they're not going to have stronger football personalities. If they're not going to allow for football to become a main character within the show because it was supposed to be. It started out as that. Or at least a supporting character, not a main character, a supporting character. It was definitely a lot of the lifeline of so many of the storylines, and now it's just like a little trope that they kind of use because we already started out with these players playing it. But the players have not been fully committed to what it takes to play at the level that they're at. They're not telling stories committed to the level that they're at. It's just like, yeah. Kenny lost me with the whole
my man
disappearing.
JB. So Baker, you saw JB make that block. Jordan Baker doing the thing to win the championship.
The second time he actually did his job the way he needed to, and it wasn't about him throwing the balls. Second block.
Whatever. He made the block. He made some key throw. I think he had 2 touchdowns in this game. I mean, he balled out. He wasn't the weakest link. So
Erica don't care.
You can't say nothing bad about Jordan in this episode. I'm sorry. I'm not going to let you.
You about to challenge me, Kofi, because I came into this saying that I don't actually have no notes for Mr. Baker, but since Kofi telling me what I can't do, I'm a strong-ass black woman, and when a black man tell a black woman what they can't do, what did the black woman start to do? All right.
I did.
Oh, all right. You might want to watch. You might want to watch.
I'm just saying, there ain't nothing really you can say to him. Like, it's not like he didn't.
I can say, but I ain't gonna say. I don't have no notes for Jordan Baker this episode. I don't have no notes, and that's why I felt uncomfortable and intrigued coming into this live because I have absolutely no notes for Jordan Baker, and that is very new for me. Kofi, not too much. Are you gonna let me say it and let it ride, or are you gonna try to make it a thing, and then now I'm gonna have to?
I was just gonna say I've been fighting for this man's life for the last 5 episodes.
I'm trying to give you something, and now you trying to take. Listen, chat. Y'all gotta get Kofi together because I think that I'm actually giving him what he wants. And it feels like to me, he wants it in another specific way. So he gotta make sure he articulates it, which is gonna make my ass take it back. And I'm gonna find something. I ain't have nothing when I walked in here, but I will find something.
All right, you got it. I ain't tripping, all right? Right,
no, but for real, Kofi, I really came to the live like I do not have any notes for Jordan on the football field. Also because I don't know football that much, but on the football field as well as his other storylines, which we will get to in this episode. So you got it.
Kofi. I just want to say there's a line from Abbott Elementary from season 2 where Principal Ava meets Janine's mother, and she says, "What? The key point to never losing a battle, don't go into a battle with a car win," or something along the line, she said. So that's what I'm going to tell you before you instigate anything, because Erica's calm and cool and collected. She have nothing to say about Jordan. Don't strike that kettle before she explodes. So.
I'm just trolling. I was just messing with you.
I know,
I was just
Kofi.
messing with you.
I know.
Yeah,
it kind of hurt my heart a little bit to come in here with nothing. I feel very ill prepared and uncharacteristic of myself. I'm supposed to be on Jordan's ass every single episode.
A 43-page script of Jordan's Bacon's wrongs and 43-page script.
But we're gonna give Kofi 2 minutes to get off all his Jordan that he want to get off. You want to go ahead and give that man his flowers? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was on his grown man shit in this episode. Like he noticed something was off, and he didn't panic. He didn't do what he normally do, and he did. I think he did what you've been asking him to do in terms of being a supporter partner to Leila by supporting her and listening to her. So I thought he accounted for himself really well, and he got that elusive thing that he even won, a championship from college. He might have not been the MVP. Spencer probably was the MVP. He probably had 10 catches for like 170 yards and game winning 3 touchdowns, something like that. So, but overall, man, Jordan did what he had to do in this episode. He played well, and he told Leila, like, I don't want you to come into this marriage feeling you have to marry me to prove a point. I want you to do it because you can't live without me. Bars. So, yeah, man, Jordan gets MVP for me. At least, no. MVP was Spencer. What am I talking about? But he gets co-MVP for me in this episode. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So my only question, Kofi, because you said, correct me if I'm wrong, you said that Jordan finally this episode did what I was asking him to do. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, I said that.
So my only question is this thing on? What was the problem with him doing it when I asked for it? Because you wanted to eat my ass and everybody wanted to eat my ass when I was asking for it. Now y'all get to see it and y'all like, yeah, I like this. This looks good on him. This looks like a grown man. Like Erica ain't been asking for that. All right.
It takes us time. You know what I mean? Like we
ain't no damn time.
We don't. We get there slowly. We're stubborn. We don't really know what we're doing, but I don't know. Maybe you just had some enlightenment. I don't know, but
I'll take that. You stubborn and you don't know what the hell you doing. I will take it. Just as long as y'all know. Y'all better put a pin in it and reference it, because when I get to predicting and prophesying in the future over your characters and it's your fave and you don't like what I gotta say, take a beat and be like, okay, but what Erica say about Jordan? maybe she might be right. Maybe this will be perfect for him. Maybe this will actually look good on him. The very first time we have gotten to see Jordan in quite a while, probably since the Simone era, and not even the Simone at Brixton era, but the Simone era back in season 2 or 3, where he actually was making moves as it pertains to somebody else that he cares about deeply, not centering himself. He literally completely decentered himself and didn't take any of it personally, while also didn't allude to the fact that he was actually checking out. All of what Leila was picking up on in reference to, oh, he might be falling back, was from that goofy ass roommate that I don't even know why she is still here. Why is she in the house? But okay.
We don't acknowledge her.
But none of it was coming from you, even though it could have, because that's in your nature, Jordan Baker. So yes, I have no notes for him because he did everything that I was asking him to do, and I'm going to give him credit for that. And I also just want my credit from you people who have just been so agitated with me hating on Jordan so bad, when the hate actually looked like calling him in to a better part of himself, and maybe the best part of himself, if you will.
Yeah, but he did. I mean, I felt for Leila in this bit. I felt bad because she felt like this is how you know that they're the same, because she said essentially the same thing Jordan said. No, hold on. Like she essentially said the same thing that Jordan said. What, a few episodes ago, when she said, "I don't want to." Like you feel like you're losing him or something like that. That's exactly what he said. That's how I know that they're the same. So it's like, and just like how she said she's not going anywhere.
I disagree with that, but I hear you.
Okay, fine. Look,
I disagree with their sameness. I disagree with that sameness, but I hear you. I just want to put that out there. Go ahead, keep going.
Okay. I was just all I really gotta say is, like, you know, he did a good thing here, and let's have more of this so that Erica, the other ladies, can get off his neck.
Or so that he can live a fruitful life, being the actual leader of a family that he so desperately wants but wasn't actually ready for.
Jordan is just a certified lover boy. He just wants to be
what is he, the Drake of this universe or something?
Yes.
Y'all want him to be Drake? Child.
Nah, Drake is more problematic. Like, let's stop.
And doomed to be single the rest of his goddamn life. But let's go to Chris real quick before we get into Leila, because I got some real conversations that I want to have about Leila. Let's go to Chris because I know Alicia wanted to touch on her baby popping up.
Yeah, my man. Nah, I just like seeing him back, because I was like, bro, like, you want to, since his original friend from Crenshaw, where you been at? Like, I know you probably in college doing your own thing. Where you been at? I've been expecting to see you. Because, what's Spencer's ex name? Kia or something like that? When we saw her, when Spencer was having his little breakdown, I think about Billy and everything, we saw her, but I was like, but where Chris at? And now we finally got him back, and I'm like, yay.
Yeah, it felt good. It felt good for sure.
All
that nostalgia.
They're pulling out all the stops. Because we get Chris in this episode, and we're going to get Darnell in episode 10, so...
My other man.
Yeah. So,
not your other man. And also, the story felt really good, too. Like, it felt believable. Chris coming back, because this would be, you know, he's a collegiate player as well. I believe he's in Texas or something. Or I don't know if that's Darnell, maybe both of them.
Darnell's in Texas.
But Chris is collegiate somewhere too. I don't know if they ever said, but it would make sense for him to actually be home, or to be able to get home because he's out of season. To have them back on the field, it felt very natural, felt very real. So I really did appreciate it, and of course it was really great seeing him. Even the like setup, or for him to have the piece of grass that Spencer has to come back for, and he's sitting there and he's still trying to remember, or going back down memory lane as well. I felt like that was really cool in a choice, because if this man ain't booked on something else, it could open him up to come back to the show if they continue, depending on how they continue the show. Yeah, like I could totally see Jordan going to the league and if we are going to stay at GAU or in LA Collegiate Sports, if Chris came and went to GAU, like something could happen. Like I could see from what I saw with Chris, I'm like he could come back and actually be a force from what we
And
got
I
to
would
see.
love it. And
Yeah,
I would eat, and I would eat up every minute. But
and
what? But what?
Chris was. I appreciated Chris' honesty about how he was low key jealous about Spencer leaving. He gotten to live out his dream and do what he got to do. So I appreciated that moment of transparent, and it was just good to see Chris, um, Spencer, and Coop, the original Crenshaw trio, link up again. So
A
that was good,
hundred
man.
percent.
Not
A
gonna lie,
hundred percent.
I teared up when I saw Coop looking through the across the field and Sean was there, and then
Yeah.
she thought she saw. Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah,
damn it,
that was a
Sean
good
should
scene.
be here, man. Fuck,
He should be here.
like,
Yeah,
damn.
he was trying to change his life, and that villain, that bro. I miss All American when they have villains.
Yeah.
Villains.
No, but okay, so the members know because I put this in my members only live reaction, but I really like was processing in real time as I like started crying at that moment and I realized like there's a part of me that grieves what All American used to be because the show was just so impactful and engaging and different. It was like lightning in a bottle, if you will. And I feel like the scenes and the characters that we got to see from the past in this episode really triggered me into, I guess, that grief. It was very clear. Seeing both versions of the show basically kind of compete within this one episode it's a very weird experience for me.
Oh, the
No, I
first
feel
two
that.
seasons are forever goaded. Like
Yeah,
isn't a day that goes by where I'm bored. I'm like, you know what? Let me pop in the original pilot from 2018, and it's not a day that goes by where I see it. I don't get a smile on my face, some warm fuzzy feelings because I'm gonna be
Literally.
we.
fully. I was never a YA show watcher. I not watch
Me.
One Tree Hill or any other of the other shows of that
Well,
era.
I watched
So
Friday Night Lights. But I don't
yeah,
think I was like hooked on it. Like I got like All American became crack at one point. I don't think I was ever that
Yeah,
bad.
yeah.
Sorry,
So
Kofi,
like
go
when I
ahead.
saw no, when I saw the promo trailer for the first season, I'm like, oh shit, what is this right here? Like, cause you don't see YA shows with predominantly black cast. Like those are rare, and we get this story of this kid from Crenshaw trying to make it out the hood, playing football, moving into the world of Beverly Hills. It's like it was the perfect storm. It was literally the perfect storm. And that pilot will always be an endearing memory for me. Like I remember where I was when I watched it and I knew, oh, we got something here. And 100 episodes later, I'm just glad they got to their milestone, even if the show
yeah,
has kind of jumped the shark a little bit. I mean, I'm glad they got this. So for that, I
Yeah.
will forever be grateful for that.
Yeah.
yeah. No,
Hey
no,
Trey,
they did
welcome
their good time.
in.
No, I remember. This is a quick side note before we get back into it. I remember I was in LA and I took a tour of the Warner Bros. Set, and so I got
Mm.
to see the Baker House and everything. I was like, "Mama,"
Yeah.
but with the scene with Chris, though, uh, the whole point. Oh no, when Chris was mentioning how he felt jealous about Spencer leaving and everything, and I ain't gonna lie, part of me thought he was gonna bring up how Spencer had kind of had hurt his back a little bit. I don't know
Mm.
why. I was thinking that was gonna get brought up, like I don't know why. I was just like, yeah, Spencer really did rock you, my boy.
I think they kind of like summed that up though because they had a moment later on before I think Chris made his full exit out of the series, um, where I don't know if it was via text or what, but Chris was just like he just needed distance. He don't blame
Huh.
Spencer, but he needed distance.
Yeah, but I was just thinking about. I was just like, ooh, how far we've come.
How far we
Season one,
have
season two,
come for
I'm
and then
sure.
surprised. I'm surprised. Like I know I didn't mention this when we talked about Asher. I'm surprised when when Asher and Spencer were talking at the field in Beverly. that Spencer didn't bring up the crip walk comment. That
Mm.
had been a nice.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, especially with Asher now living in Crenshaw, that'd have been some that maybe they could
yeah,
have made
They
a
could have
goofy
did
joke
that.
about or something.
They could have. He could
yeah.
have
Just
walked
like
up and say, "Oh, do you know how to crip walk yet?" For sure,
Who
because he been
that
living
would
in
have ate?
Crenshaw. That would have ate.
No, no. When Ashley Spencer said, "Who would have thought Jordan would have been the one to end up with Layla?" Yeah, who would have thought?
I was like, okay, Spencer. Okay. Um.
Like whole first season, they were the ones fighting over her, and then look who actually ended up with
Well,
her.
yeah, Lord
Crazy.
and behold, this Drake, this
Or
biracial this biracial boy who's the quarterback ends up with this Beverly Hills princess when
it's like
both y'all was fighting over her.
she literally got
Like,
Asher. I ain't gonna lie, she literally got the one in the middle. As you know, Asher being the white privileged one, Spencer being the dark skin. You know, she literally got the one in
from
the
the
middle.
yeah, and we gonna talk about Lele more because I got thoughts that y'all are
Layla,
probably not gonna agree
Layla,
with, but
yeah.
we gonna talk about her more. Let's go to if you want to join. Dominic is posting a link to the Discord. You just come in and wait inside of the live chat waiting room, and I'll pull you into the live Discord call so that you can share your thoughts. If you haven't already joined the Discord, again, just click the link. You'll see taken, I believe, to like the welcome room, and then you'll be able to click the waiting.
Yeah. I'm gonna head
But
out from talking, but it was nice talking
okay.
to you guys.
You too, Alicia. Thank you so much. Let's go to Coop.
Bye.
Because somebody mentioned, did we notice that Patience was not in this episode? And yes, we noticed. And you know what? I think that we actually needed a breather from her little thugged out behind. Because this year's Patience, this season's Patience is testing my patience. But I do really appreciate Coop and her determination to set Patience up to win so that this can be something that she can move through. How'd you feel about Coop in this episode, Kofi?
I thought she was solid. Now, do I agree with Laura about how it's unethical and against the law that she wanted to break the seal of records to, find out why Miko had her seal? Yeah, but at the end of the day, this was Coop fighting for the woman that she loves. So, damn everything else. If I gotta, get my hands dirty to protect my boo, then so be it. So, that I
That
can
part.
appreciate. Yeah,
That part.
yeah.
Hey, Micah, welcome in. Can you hear me?
Hey y'all. Good night. Hey y'all.
You want to add your thoughts
Can you hear
on
me?
Coop or anything else that we talked about earlier?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So I've been in and out. But no, the 100th episode, I gave it a 6.5. I honestly, I don't know, I didn't like it. I just didn't like it. I
Mm.
felt like it was anticlimactic in a way. I mean, it's been 6 seasons of Spencer. This is last game. And I felt, and I know Kofi's a big Asher fan, but I feel like the majority, including myself, don't really care about Asher at all. And I
Mm.
felt like they made it, especially the game itself, about him and less about Spencer for 100th episode. Like I said, I felt the first half was really good with the flashbacks and everything. Once the game started, I felt like it just went downhill for me, the whole episode. It's like,
Mm.
there was also no, to me, there was no build up in the 8 episodes before this episode. It was because of all the Jordan drama and the Liv drama. It was like, oh yeah, Spencer is playing in this game. We forgot. It was no real. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but this whole season, and it just they've kind of took Spencer away and made him sort of a one of the characters and not the character, in my opinion. When I was watching it,
Yeah.
that
I
that's
mean, I
how it
would
felt
argue
to
that
me.
that has been the case for at least since season 4 for me. It started to
Mm-hmm.
happen in season 3, honestly. But he was still very
Mm-hmm.
prominent. His storylines were still very strong. But I think that you raised some very, very, very valid points. Very valid points.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was, the episode was okay. I just felt for 100th episode, it didn't feel like we could have like this is Spencer's last game, and you wouldn't know that if they didn't say that it was his last game
Mm.
he'll ever play in before the NFL. There was no lifting of the trophy. There was no. It just felt like the episode was to close, give Asher closure when it's about Spencer. This is what All Americans been about.
Yeah.
It just felt kind of a disservice to the character and to us watching Spencer's journey for 6 seasons. That's how I felt. I just didn't like it how
Yeah,
it
we
played
don't
out.
really get the payoff that we probably deserved as fans. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. I think that you just beautifully
Yeah,
articulated what is keeping me from making it anywhere higher than a 7. Like I'm literally hovering around 6.5, 6.8 maybe, and it's heavily carried on the emotions that the first half elicited with all of the nostalgia.
no, that's probably maybe one critique I had. Like, you guys just won the national championship. There's no trophies presentation where you get the trophy or like confetti. None of that. Like, I mean, One Tree Hill did it better when they won the championship and Lucas got his moment with Brooke. So or Peyton. So how come you didn't do that here? I mean, y'all are the same. Y'all do use some of the same writers, so you had the template there. So that's probably the one thing I was disappointed with. But I mean, I think they were listening when they said they wanted more football. And at least I got my football fix in this episode, so I can't really complain. You know,
And
and the
like
routes
the
were routes.
football thing, even with that, like I don't watch college football, but I watch the NFL. And it's always been a critique with All American. I mean, All American doesn't do football well at all. Like I think they peaked this episode. Like they truly showed in the 100th episode that they never understood football at all. They never did. This episode with Asher walking on the field like he's Captain America, like breaking tackles against defensive players that will probably make it into the NFL after not playing for 3 years was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous.
I don't watch football, so I don't have a ton that I can critique. I literally, when I'm thinking about when the football don't feel real to me, I'm going back to Friday Night Lights as a series because I think that series did it phenomenally. But again, I don't watch real football, so I'm like basing it off of a fictitious something. But I still feel like they were like head and shoulders ahead of the game or on par with the game in that show. But not they prove that they don't know football. They tricked us, I fear, because season 1, episode 1, them opening up the series with Spencer catching that ball going out the goddamn sideline and tipping his little toe, and then they had a moment. It's like, okay, we in it, and you got the cheerleaders, and you feel it. They duped us, maybe. They might have duped
Yeah,
us because
no,
they
it was
had a bunch of really great stage
that
moments.
was good. Everything like I think where it started, especially for the general audience, where it all started to click. I don't know if you know about that route where he and Darnell were just playing, and he basically just runs in a straight line, stops, and turns and comes back and catches the ball, and they made a whole slow motion montage. And I think from that episode, even people who haven't watched All American, they know All American from that route, and it's an absolute joke. Like you just make a joke about it because it's like that wasn't anything. They didn't actually Spencer didn't actually do anything on the route. I think
See,
like
I felt like he didn't do anything, but I ain't had the reference points. I was just like, that don't look like nothing to
yeah,
me. But I
because
don't.
people always you always see people reference it, even like you don't watch football, but people always make a joke about it. That Spencer James weak out route. That route was like you just knew All American did not take football seriously,
That's hilarious. Well, what about Coop?
and it
How are
was
you
Always
not
feeling
like
is.
about Coop's story this season? I mean, this episode.
cool. I just didn't. I didn't like the whole going to the girl and basically like telling her, "Oh yeah, you need to step forward because this and that." It's kind of just like you don't just approach somebody. The way she approached her, she doesn't even know who she is. You approach her, probably bringing up a memory of something that was very traumatic for her. And I get you wanting to say patience and everything, but the way she just it was just
She did rip the
she
band-aid
doesn't have to
off.
help you. She
I
doesn't
was
have
like,
to help
Coop,
you.
she says are you so and so? And then you just flash her goddamn abuser, the person who stalked her.
Yeah.
Like what? But
You gotta
also what I
ease
will
into
say
that.
is that felt on brand for Coop. Coop be so like gun strong, headstrong, and just focused on what she's focused on that sometimes she can let the little nuances and the pleasantries go. So while I was like, girl, why are you doing that? I was also like, this is some Coop shit to do.
It is, and I understand why she did. It's this Miko storyline, and maybe it's just me, but I feel like it's dragging. I feel like
Mm.
you want us to be invested in it, you want us to be care about it, but we haven't seen Miko. Why haven't we seen Miko all like the whole season 6? Maybe other than the flashback, I think it was episode 1. I don't know, just something to show us that she's there, some kind of something to kind of get us back into the story of the whole thing because she hasn't been a court yet. I feel like the storyline has been dragging along, and
I can see
people,
that.
I know I've lost interest in it. I feel maybe it's just so to show Coop being that lawyer type and to help Coop's story, but it's also to the detriment of Patience because it's like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, yeah, so she got stabbed. We know that. Where's the court case? Like, it's just it's on and off, and then the whole thing. I know they have multiple storylines, but I guess the multiple storylines thing where one episode Patience is gone, which actually I think is crazy that Patience. I mean, you had Carissa in the 100th episode, and there was no Patience. That to me was wild, but I
Who's
guess
Carissa? Is that
characters.
Jamie?
The white girl the weird white girl, the roommate.
Oh, yeah. Why is she there?
She's gone now, so it's not like she's gonna be there
I it was
anymore.
just crazy. I just
Kofi,
don't
I can still
understand
be
why.
agitated that her ass is not gone before Olivia snaps her goddamn fingers because she should have been gone.
Should have been. She should have never been there.
That
Clearly,
part.
like, I don't know what they were thinking with that couple. I don't know what the purpose of the couple was exactly. They didn't move any storyline on it.
And they
But
need it. Now y'all don't need money. Now you moving Olivia in and you don't need money. Y'all gonna be able to make rent perfectly fine.
oh no, apparently, wait, is Liv not paying rent? She
I
not gonna
should
pay?
hope not. But you know what, Erica? You cannot put your relationship expectations on these people.
Liv don't got a job though, so Laura be paying. She's gonna be paying for both of them.
Wait, wait, doesn't she still work at the LA Tribune though?
No.
Was she an intern?
No.
Yeah.
Internships in.
No?
Y'all do know that, right? She went to
Interns don't get
London.
paid though.
She went to London for a whole year. They did not bring her
Oh,
back and say
okay.
that she came back and worked on that internship. She came back with a goddamn book and a little best friend boy toy. She did not come back with an internship. I'm just
Speaking of
saying.
that, I know this has been past. That happened a few episodes ago, but I actually have some thoughts about that. I mean, did I think his intentions were pure? I do. I don't think he was plotting. I thought he generally was there to be a friend. It's just that, unfortunately, shit happens. I mean, you spend enough time with somebody, you're bound to catch feelings. You know,
I
I
hope
mean,
not.
I can't
Honestly,
fault him for that.
the
I
I
the
mean,
hope
writers
that's
just
not the
wrote
he,
it.
case.
I think the writers just wrote it to boost Olivia to show that Olivia's loyal. That's it. Oh yeah, Olivia showed loyalty to Spencer and dropped the friend. It was like I thought
I
like
mean,
they did the same cliche best friend falls in love with the girl and then she rejects him. It wasn't necessary, but I guess they did it to show Olivia's loyalty and boost up Olivia. That's great. That's all I got from that story.
hmm,
While y'all was just talking, what came up for me since we going back down Ashley Lane, they could have did more to me is if after the cabin episode where Spencer articulated how he didn't appreciate how intimate their relationship had become and how they might have crossed boundaries that were never really established because Spencer, you did not establish them holes in your relationship because you too focused on trying to keep this girl versus setting expectations. But okay, whatever. I would have leaned more into Olivia going OD and like trying to establish these boundaries in this current time to protect her relationship and to shield herself from what Spencer is seeing, and then that is pushing Ashley away, and maybe he's not interested. So much so that he has to come out and be like, Olivia, I don't want you. I love being your friend. I don't want anything from you romantically. And then she has to negotiate what does that look like and actually get to a good place with a male friend while maintaining her boyfriend. The tropey best friend fell in love, whatever. It didn't do anything. It did enough, I think, to service surface level super stands, but it did not do a ton for Olivia's character development or reaffirming any character development that they alluded to, and then it also wasted the Ashley character. So I feel like they could have went down that road.
No, absolutely. I mean, with the Ashley thing, like, there's so many things they could have done. He did not need to fall in love with Olivia. She is not the prize. Like I don't have a problem with her, but she's not always the prize. Not every man that sees Olivia falls in love with Olivia. And it was to help to make the Super Saiyan happy. It was absolutely that to show, yeah, one more proof that Olivia is loyal to Spencer and would do anything for Spencer.
While
But
also
if we're
keeping her
being
as
real,
the object of ultimate desirability. And it's like, this girl's a
yeah,
mess. But we all are
if
a
we're being
mess.
real,
So don't
yeah,
fucking crucify me. We all are a mess at different times. But this girl is a damn mess. And I personally didn't like how she handled him. It was nasty
oh no.
work.
Wait, what? What did she
For a
do
year. You were
specifically?
hanging out with this guy for a year. You were there. Like, there is no way. I know this for a fact. I know when a guy likes me. Olivia is not oblivious. She's not stupid, even though they want to act like she's stupid. There's no way that you were a year in London and he caught feelings and you didn't do anything. You did it. There was nothing there. You absolutely. This was totally like just not like there must have been something. And if you guys did get as close as you say you did, you just forget about him after Spencer said something and you forgot that he was even in. He wasn't he staying at her house? He was staying at your house and you forgot that he existed for weeks. That didn't make any sense to me.
Nasty work. Nasty work.
What did she do specifically that was wrong? I just need clarification for you, like
She
specifically.
ignored the boy for 2 weeks, and he's here from a whole other country, well across the other. He's from another continent, if you will, to support
Uh
her.
huh.
She ghosts him for 2 weeks, and then when it comes time to actually deal with it, because now all of a sudden his feelings are covered up and the writers are rushing him to profess or whatever, she does not actually, I think, handle him with kid gloves. She wants to make these bold, like, we need boundaries and separations and da 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 da. But girl, you didn't establish that. This boy has had a whole relationship with you over the course of a year and 3 months, and now in the course of 24 to 48 hours, you're expecting him to fall in line with something that you came up with your boyfriend 2 weeks ago, but you did not give him any access to the plan or the new plan within those 2 weeks. So he's still moving in accordance to what he knows to be okay and perfectly fine within y'all's friendship. You are now on some different type of time and refuse to actually communicate that to him. And then the moment that he doesn't fall in line with your new plan that you didn't actually accurately communicate towards him, you are quick to just discard him as if he's nothing, when clearly he was your rock. Clearly he was somebody that helped usher you into this new season of your life where you truly found who you were without all the expectations and without all the guilt and without all the shame that came with all of the things that you have done previously. But that person in particular can be discarded that quickly for not falling in line one time with a plan that you never communicated? Oh,
Mhm.
this is some Baker selfish shit. Got it.
Yeah, it runs in the
What do you
family.
want her to? I mean, I felt like she let him down gently. Yeah, could she have communicated it better? Yeah, but I think she made her position clear, so I can't really fault her
But
for
everything
that.
is not just about her position. It's also about you're in a relationship with another person, and this is the stuff that people miss. But that's on y'all, because the people that's in my life, they actually don't miss it. There's reciprocity when you're dealing with me. I owe something to you as your friend. You owe something to me as my friend. My friends are not in my life to solely prop me up, affirm me, pour into me, and I actually have to give nothing back. I have no expectations on me. Olivia has moved like that in her relationship with Spencer. She has moved like that in her relationships with other people, and then it just repeated itself with her relationship with Ashley. And that was a chance for her to actually show that she had grown or she had changed by not Not saying that she had to go along with his affections or had to give into that, because I'm not saying that at all. That's not what she felt. Cool, cool, cool. But you need to also take responsibility for your part in it. Stand up within your friendship with this boy, because it was important enough for you to maintain it for at least a year. It was important enough for y'all to text while you were here and you telling other people that you don't even feel like you at home. It was important enough for you to welcome him in with the basket of all your favorite goodies, because now you a London girl and he knows exactly what you like. But then the moment that he needs to be seen. He needs to be heard. He needs to be validated. Oh no, that's not going to work for me because my boyfriend had told me at the cabin that he ain't with this shit. Okay, that's fine for your boyfriend, but then what about my emotional stability? What about my mental health? Like, what about all of the things that I need? And it might not be that you can meet what I'm asking you for, but you can damn sure handle me with a little bit more care, because when you was running your ass out of LA, trying to run from all your demons of the past and your daddy dying, that boy ain't turn you away. It seemed like he listened. It seemed like he supported. It seemed like he offered up a safe space for you to cultivate this new Olivia.
All right, that's a fair point. So,
Hey, Antonio.
I just need to clarify.
Hey,
Yeah, so, what's up, Antonio?
yeah, what's up? I had jumped in to talk on that point, but Erica, you basically explained everything that I was feeling, so I don't really have nothing to say now.
No,
But
say your point. 'Cause I
that
feel like I also was very erratic in it. I'm just like, I thought I said this before, but maybe
no,
I didn't. So then I just started blurting everything out.
no, you literally said basically everything I was thinking because though it's like, were we ever friends, really? Or were you just using
Yes.
me as a placeholder for Spencer?
Oh,
Because that's
clock
what it
it.
felt like.
Yep.
Oh, he not here, so but Ashley's here, so now I just use this as a placeholder and then throw him away when I don't need him anymore because like you cut off communicate. He said in the episode, "You ain't talked to me since New Year's or whatever it was he came to visit." He literally said, "You ain't talked to me." So
Yep.
Yep.
not only is your best friend that you've known for a year ghost you out of nowhere and you don't know why, then when you show up, she basically put on the show in front of her boyfriend because that's what she did. She put on the show in order to make it seem like she was drawing like a hard line in the stand when it didn't even take all that.
It did not even take all that. Because to me, from how Ashley and Olivia were navigating each other when he first popped up, it felt like it just needed a conversation. Hey, I went to the
Exactly.
cabin with Spencer. This is what was said. This is how I feel. This is how he feels.
Yeah, and when I think about like their conversation, the first episode he was at when they were at the table and how calmly and eloquently and smoothly they were able to talk things out when it came to like the book and her feelings about writing it and all that stuff, it seemed like they had a pretty good communication thing. But
Yeah.
Liv did what she always do. She ran and she hid until it was forced upon her to do something.
And she did not
Mhm.
make a move that new Olivia should have done or would have done if she was actually new Olivia.
Right, because if you really care about a person, you always try to at least offer some a bit of a softness when interacting with you, especially when you know it's something that's gonna hurt them.
Yeah.
Just the other episode, like he said, my Olivia or whatever he said, and she was eating it up when he was giving her advice about the book and everything. But the next episode, he comes in the morning, says my Olivia, and she's making a face. It's like you just did a 360 in a matter of one episode. And yes, Spencer did say put up some boundaries, but he's been at your house this whole time, and you couldn't say jack, nothing. You have said nothing to him, not about the conversation with Spencer, not about the book. So he's just been in LA, just sitting
Floating.
there
Doing what?
pining. It doesn't. It,
And we
I
don't even know
it's
if he
like
was at the house,
he
because
isn't
my issue was like, y'all had him knock on the damn door, but wasn't he staying here?
exactly.
I guess not.
But it's the whole like the him being in love with her came out of left field, and it was all just a plot device to prop up her and his Olivia, and it just came out of nowhere. He didn't have to be in love with Olivia. He didn't need to be.
He really
That
didn't.
didn't need to happen. There was like maybe a little bit of undertone, but other than that, there was no proof in the interactions before the cabin episode that showed he was in love with Olivia in the
Right.
way that he was talking.
Right.
Especially when he interacted with Spencer that first episode. Even if he did have feelings for her, it would have seemed like to me that he's the type of person, from what they shown, to after that interaction he had with Spencer, it seemed like he would be the type of person to be like, all right, I need to I need to fall back and reassess things.
Yeah.
He don't seem like the type of person who would try to like snake somebody.
Right.
He didn't like
Mm.
he drew the pictures and she's like, oh, you knew what you were doing by doing this. You wanted to start something with Spencer. I'm like, I mean, if he
Over
wanted to
some
start something with
pictures?
Spencer, he would have done it a
You
long time
told,
ago.
you said
Like
that he was Basquiat in the, like, the next Basquiat, and Spencer's gonna get, is supposed to get pissed about some pictures?
And also,
That's
you also knew the theme of his art show. And if I'm telling a story about my life and you are a big person, a big part of my life, then I have the right to include that in the art. And yeah, I know it's your likeness, but still, it would seem like if we're friends, you could kind of bite that bullet.
I
Hello.
mean, it's not
I'm
like
a,
he
hold
did
on,
a
y'all, real
whole
quick.
like
I
side
wanna
thing.
welcome Happy Chicks, my bad, into the conversation. Hi.
Okay.
Hi everyone.
How are
Hey,
you?
okay.
I'm
Good,
doing
how are
all
you?
right. I have been trying to get on for so long, so I'm excited and happy that I'm able to actually get on.
Yes, of course. Just feel free to jump in wherever we are. I just wanted to make sure you felt comfortable to do so because I know we could just keep going.
No, no,
yeah.
it's fine. I actually, yeah, I just wanted to kind of just chime in a little bit. Um, I was a big Olivia fan in the beginning of the series, but I first like the writers just kind of did like a literal 180 on her character, and now she is, how do you put it, Erica, a menace. She is a menace. And
Completely.
this new Olivia is just, I think she's a joke.
Ooh.
No accountability whatsoever. The writers just kind of have her skate through everything, and she's not held accountable for anything. And it's really sad, kind of
Yeah.
like seeing the sort of not even progression, but like regression of her character.
Yeah. I think to your point of it being sad, I want more of the audience and you guys see it. So I'm glad that you're speaking on it, but like just at large specifically because that character commands so much attention within this fandom. I wish more of those people would actually see how much of a disservice it is doing to this character that they love or claim to love so much. To use Jordan as an example in this particular episode, like there was a lot of pride for me to see Jordan be able to put aside a bunch of other little immature and like toxic mindset things that I know the character struggles with to actually show up in his best light, and it actually worked out for him as well as his partner in this episode. And that's all like I'm actually asking for, and I think that you're actually asking for and pointing out, like giving her accountability for the things that happen and for the relationships that she get into and the actions that are taken is not going to, it's going to actually make her more likable because the forcing her to avoid any accountability and to not suffer any consequences and to give her everything on a silver damn platter to me does the opposite of what I think they wanted to do.
I agree. I agree. Like it just makes her, it makes her unlikable. It makes the whole storyline of her character, it just makes it unrealistic. And I kind of want to point out this one thing where it shouldn't have to take Spencer to point out the whole Ashley situation to her and let her, and be like, hey, this is a real problem. I think she knows it's a real problem. Like, there's no way that you couldn't tell that this guy who you've been hanging out with for a whole year does not have feelings for you. I'm sorry. Like, she had to have known, and like deep down somewhere. Like, as women, I think we know when a man has kind of gone from like trying to be our friend to something more.
I
So I think
agree.
she.
And then also though,
To your
like real
point,
quick, like let me just put this in here real quick because this is my I think beef with like YA or people who make YA or at least older people who make YA because it's like what are you doing it for? This is a great opportunity for maybe she don't know that the boy like her. If I'm gonna give you that, one thing that she do know is that she don't feel comfortable. So why isn't there an investigation of like, okay, something about this is making me feel weird. This feels off. You came back and said that you didn't feel like you were at home in LA. Cool, cool, cool. But the moment that Ashley got there and you're having conversations, you look visibly uncomfortable. There isn't even any investigation there. So for you to want to run with you, I mean the writers to want us to run with the idea that she had no idea at all. Cool. She might not have known because he hadn't professed, so she doesn't know the degree, but she knows that something is making her feel away, especially when she was put in a place to put him and Spencer in the same place at the same time. She was uncomfortable. She was feeling awkward. Girl, there's a reason why that happens, and I feel like with YA dramas who do certain things like this is your opportunity to tell young people like, okay, listen to that feeling, figure out where that feeling is coming from, and if we're not going to do that, then why in the hell are we why are we putting it on screen? Go ahead, Antonio.
and to your point, I was like, she also felt uncomfortable even before he got to LA because
Mm.
she knew that Spencer thought he was a she, and
Mm-hmm.
she never made an effort to correct it because there was a level of intimacy that she had with Ashley that she knew was it was too deep of a level of intimacy that you would have with a friend.
Mm.
Yeah. She just kind of she bulldozes through all of her friends and family without any sort of repercussion. First, it was with that damn article, and now with the book. And I'm like, how does her family and friends continue to let her get away with stuff like that?
Mm-hmm.
And just like let her, like just let it slide with no accountability, to no nothing. And I honestly thought that she was going to force her mother to let her put that affair in the book. I really, really thought she was going to disregard her mother's like feelings and just be like, I'm gonna put that in there because of her track record of not
Mm-hmm.
caring about what other people feel,
Yeah.
um and just kind of doing what Olivia wants.
And honestly, I wouldn't even say that she took into consideration how her mother feels. I think that her decision to not move forward with the book while she's saying that she's protecting her father's legacy, I think is more so steeped in her ego and what she wants in the story that she wanted to tell. Because I don't personally
I
think
agree.
that it's
I agree with that.
I don't think it's wrong for Quinn or the publishers to inquire about some of the most salacious parts of his life because those things help people get a full understanding of who a person is. You cannot really just write a biography with all the with people's great moments and that's it. Like, where is the stuff that's going to show people conviction? Where is the stuff that's going to show people change and transformation? Like, that stuff has to be in there to weave a full story because nobody is living a perfect life. I kind of, when we arrived at the end of the episode, she decided not to move forward the book. I was neither here nor there. Like, I really wasn't proud of her. I wasn't disappointed in her. I felt nothing. I was very indifferent because it didn't feel like a choice that was made that will actually move her forward as a character that was different than anything that she would have done because I do, again, like I said, I feel like it's still tied to her ego.
Yeah.
See, like even with the book, like let's be for real here. She's gonna publish that book. This is All American. Olivia is gonna get her book published. She's gonna be a writer, successful bestseller. Like it's going to happen. So yeah, she didn't do it now. The publisher's gonna come back and be like, oh no, it's okay. We'll leave it out. We need you to publish this book, and it will come out. I have no doubt in my mind that Olivia will still have that book at the end of the season.
The way she wants it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's just so unrealistic. Like it just really is, and it really is a disservice because she could have been one of those characters that people can relate with, really
Yeah.
relate to. And man, they really dropped the ball on her.
Well,
On the
Olivia, for the most part in this season, aside from the Ashley thing, she hasn't really annoyed me because there have been times where I've been annoyed with her character. Like season three Olivia, and season 4B Olivia had me tight, like real tight, almost to the point
Oh yeah,
where,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Season
but
6, she's been mellow. She
yeah,
hasn't. She's just been there.
I even that's been my problem. Like, why is she here? Like, she don't need to be here for some of these scenes.
I thought you
Like the
wanted to
last
go anyway.
episode, I'm like, get out of Crenshaw, stay off of Spencer back. Like, you don't need to be here. Yes, we know you love him. Y'all the one true love, and y'all die in the same tomb and whatever. Like, you don't need to be on his back every 5 minutes.
Yeah, and to your point,
I mean, I
sorry, I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to add that didn't they say like I think it was however many episodes in that they were gonna try to take things slow this second time around? How they go from taking things slow to now they're about to move in together?
Well, girl, I was
Because
just
it's all
happy that wasn't an
American.
engagement ring. I ain't even gonna hold you. I breathed so deep.
Bro,
Like, I
bro,
was like, oh my God, they're about to get engaged. I am done. When it was a
I
key, I
thought
said,
the
okay, I'll
same
take
thing.
it. I'll
No,
take it.
I
no,
thought he
no.
was about to kneel.
Okay, all American is many things, but one thing they will not do is have Spencer propose to Olivia at the Crenshaw Cafe. That would never like. That's the one I wasn't even. I don't know what it was, but I knew it could not be a ring. Spencer's not. He wouldn't do that. I don't think he would do that. He would make it a bigger deal.
I didn't think that Spencer would do countless things that they had him doing over this damn girl, but he did it. And I think
Give
Spencer,
her
for a
that
split
everyone
journey.
like
second,
Spencer with
for a
her,
split
with her
second, he
going.
was thinking
Spencer.
about switching seats with her in that damn car. Y'all can't convince me otherwise.
Oh yeah, yeah.
wait,
That's
he
why
Right.
wasn't.
Spencer does so many big things that I just think when it comes down to it, he's gonna go all out.
Well,
He
aside
probably
from
will.
that, what did you? Any other aspect of the episode, Antonio? And did you like or dislike, or what did you think of?
Well,
What did you
before we
think of the
go there,
football?
because we
Oh,
are almost at 2 hours, and I didn't get to little Layla. Y'all ain't going. I got everybody up here now, so we gonna give Layla
okay.
everything.
Oh,
I can just give my rating of
I
the
have
episode.
Kofi. I know you love Jordan. I have to say this is the first episode where I thought like he wasn't a complete idiot. I
Yeah,
personally feel like Layla and Jordan, they don't need to be together. They have like she has no business being with that immature man, immature boy, I should say. Jordan does not have the emotional capacity to be with somebody like Layla. He just cannot handle her.
well,
Um,
he's getting there. I think he's getting there
Okay.
slowly.
But
no,
since we talking
no,
about the getting there, we got one episode where Jordan he gets
no.
no notes from Erica. He did the right thing, cool, cool, cool. But you know what? This episode they didn't have to worry about having Jordan be true to his character and be immature and be self-centered because you know what? The work actually was done to prove that they don't actually belong together because you got to see how toxically codependent they are. The moment that Layla gets a thought that he is now no longer obsessed with this wedding, maybe and or her, she wants to jump head first into it, even though she's not actually ready for it. That told me everything I needed to know. That told me
You're
everything I needed to
absolutely
know.
right,
Y'all are
Erica.
codependent. This is some other
So what
shit.
you
This is
trying?
not just love, baby. This is some type of desperate seeking of stability on an emotional and a mental level. And for a certain extent, y'all are actually settling for each other because you know each other. Layla has been sopping it up with a biscuit that he has been obsessed with her because she has been the girl who has not had people obsessed with her. Clock it.
So what you
This
trying to
episode
say?
told
It
me that.
shouldn't be a thing anymore.
Hell
So
no.
this,
Hell
okay.
no.
Yeah,
Even with Jordan doing
yeah.
all the right things, they still don't belong together because
They
Layla,
don't belong
you
together.
almost tried to marry this man, about to be crying in your mother's old wedding dress just so that you can
Like,
get back
Clay, I
to
mean,
him being obsessed with you or obsessed with this damn wedding because what? She don't want to shake the stability table because there's a lot of things going on right now, which is a very valid feeling, but babe, that's not the reason why you make the mistake, make certain decisions, which will ultimately become a mistake. Shout out to Jordan for clocking it of like, girl, I don't want you to go into your damn wedding with me, your marriage with me, fearful. You decided to do this because you're scared to lose me. But y'all gotta call into question characters who are constantly talking about, I'm so scared to lose you. I'm so scared to lose you. Now we gotta start to unpack that actual fear, because it's less of them staying together because they want to be together and more of them staying together because they're scared not to.
And I just want to add that what also, I mean, I already knew they were wrong for each other because the relationship just moved way too quickly. But I think it was the last episode or the episode before that where Layla asked Jordan, why did you and Simone break up? And he said, well, because I fell in love with you. And my thing is, so if you fall in love with somebody else, are you gonna also leave Layla?
But
Like,
I
there's
mean,
no,
yeah,
there's no. I'm not saying they're gonna introduce somebody else, but I don't know if that would be a thing though. That's what
There's
I mean.
there's there's
well,
3.8 billion people on this planet, Kofi. It's always gonna be a thing,
exactly.
babe.
So it
So
wasn't
yeah,
about
I
like,
y'all want Layla to go through another one of this shit with
this is my
heartbreak
thing.
with these dudes?
This is my
I
thing.
mean, she done gotten two
Wait a minute,
strikes.
Micah. Let me
I'd
go ahead and
rather
address
have her
Kofi
do
because
that. I'd rather have her go through that than to
me and
end up with.
Kofi, baby, hold on one second. Cause
Let
Kofi,
me take it. Let me
your
take it,
boy,
Erica.
you got it. You sure you got it, Antonio? You got it. You
I
got it. I trust you got it.
I can try. I don't know if
Go
I.
for it. Go for it,
Okay.
Antonio.
So from what you just said, Kofi, it sounds like you want I don't know if this is what you're actually saying, but it sounds like you're saying that Layla should stay with Jordan because he's the safer bet, and you don't want her to go through all this stuff over again with another dude.
Well, that's not necessarily, but I'm just saying like
Okay,
I
pause real
feel
quick. Let me
bad
just
because
add something before you finish. Hold your thought, Kofi. I'ma just add. I'm just sneaking here and add. Quick snack. Um, you just watch your boy do what needed to be done, not be selfish, center her, do what he need to do. So that to me points that he would be going down the path to not give her an experience that repeated something else, because there's way more communication and way more consideration in this part. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna say like I I don't I she's the one character I feel like I particularly want to protect because I feel bad for like the remote. I feel bad about the situations she's been put in romantically. Like one with Asher, that one I don't feel so much bad because they were unequally yoked, and I could just tell when I rewatched season one that that wasn't gonna be. But that thing with Spencer, like I felt so bad. I had to give my boy Spencer smoke, like, cause nigga, like you can't be doing this type of shit. So, oh yeah, I'm gonna wait for you. I'm gonna wait for you. Like I want you to be whole. I'm gonna wait for you. And then fast forward, you have that thing you have with Olivia over the summer. You declare your love to her, and then the moment she walks away from you and tells her you can't, you decide to sleep with Layla, like, and then decide to get back with her, knowing what you knew. So, I
Kofi,
just
I have a rebuttal for you, right? Yes,
yeah.
what Spencer did towards the end of like his and Layla's relationship was horrible in Vegas. We all agree here that Vegas was a terrible idea. But before that, Spencer was a good boyfriend to Layla.
Oh
Spencer
no, no doubt.
acknowledged her mental health. He got her the he led her to getting help, and emotionally Spencer supported Layla. Jordan has doesn't have that same sort of capacity for helping Layla like Spencer did.
Mm.
If the roles were, I mean, the roles are right now reversed, and Jordan literally made it all about himself, not about Layla. So was that Vegas piece, was it horrible? Yes. That was a terrible mistake on his part, and he never should have gone down that route knowing he had just confessed his love to Olivia. He should have been honest with Layla. But taking that piece out of it, when she started showing signs of her mental distress, Spencer knew what to do. I mean, literally, Liv and Spencer had to be the one to tell Jordan to go do research on how to take care of his fiance. He didn't have the fortitude to be like, hey, I don't understand this. Let me do some research and find things that can help her and help us. Come on.
Okay,
Okay,
real
that's
quick.
fair.
Real quick, I wanna cause I just pinned Jessica comment and it said Layla has to first love herself before she can ever love anyone else. Mike, I do want to let if you want to chime in on this, I want to let you speak too because I know I stopped you for a second. Um,
Oh no, it was. Well, I was originally just like I have a love hate relationship with the Jordala relationship. I used to be like Kofi. Honestly, I used to be whenever I don't know. Maybe it's because I stopped watching All American after like Vegas. Yeah, I was done. I quit. I never watched it, and I don't. One day it popped up, and I was like watching. I saw some clips from season 4. I was like, they're really gonna put Jordan and Liv together. That's crazy. And so I went, and for a second there, I was feeling it because it was something new, it was something fresh. But after a while of watching them, I realized that it was not there was nothing really to the relationship when you really watch it. Especially in season 5, I feel like there was nothing. I mean, other than kissing and being in the studio, they didn't do anything. They, I don't. There was no growth for me watching the relationship. They got married at the end, ridiculous. And for me, watching this episode, watching Jordan, I think this is this is the first time since when I first liked them that I was like, okay, maybe I could get back to this. But then you said something earlier about it being very reminiscent to him with Simone in season 2, season 3, and it did. Like I real, it was like that's the Jordan that was with Simone because I've always hated Jordan. Jordan is a horrible character.
same.
He's a despicable. He is
Just like his sister.
narcissistic and selfish and just he's not a good person. Not only he's not he's just not a good person, except
Oh,
when he's in a
damn.
relationship.
Kobe, you
Damn.
heard me
Nah,
say
Jordan,
that before. I used to say that all the time. I literally
All
only
right, let
liked
me.
Jordan when he was with Simone because it made him like he
All right,
decided to be a better person in those moments.
but
all right.
I
And the
Let
would
me ask
love
proof
you
to
is
this.
in
see
the
Yeah.
him
pudding,
like
Simone made him a better
other
objectively
person.
speaking.
Let
than
me
just
ask you
look.
this then.
Hold on. Let
There's
Micah finish.
no
Let Micah land your plane. Then Kofi. Then I think Happy Chick.
like if you could show me other than in his relationships where Jordan has been a good the one off with Olivia maybe never been a good friend to Spencer ever. Other than his looks, I think there's nothing about Jordan that interests me that would tell me, oh yes, this guy is genuine and kind and generous. Other than with Simone or Layla or whatever other girl he decides to date.
Kofi.
Hmm. I was gonna ask, like, who? All
Well,
right.
wait. Address
If
her. Address her question first.
I think is Jordan that what you described? I don't think so. Like, can he be a? Can
Well,
he
she
be
asked
problematic?
you
Yeah.
to give moments where you feel like he was a good person outside of romantic relationships.
Well, he was giving that good advice to his to Olivia. I mean,
What
he
good advice?
he when the whole Vegas thing happened, he's the one that pretty much told her to stop, running away and have that conversation with Layla. I thought that was pretty decent. And then, and towards the end of season 3, when wasn't ready to be in a relationship, she was like, "Well, you like Spencer and you feel like he's the right person, then why don't you tell him what it is and try and figure it out." You know what I mean? So I think
And
there's a
that makes him a good
capacity there.
person.
I mean,
I'm
I
not
feel
saying it
like
makes him a good
I feel
person, but I
like
don't think he's like
Olivia
the
could have.
worst person in the world.
I feel
Like
like
Asher has
Olivia
been
could
more
have changed his
problematic to me than Jordan
perspective.
up
No, like
until recently.
Jordan is like I'm not saying he's the worst person. He's there and he's annoying. It's
He
like
takes up more space than
he
his character actually warrants. So
yeah
honestly, he draws up a bunch of indifference, but we get him prominently placed because he's fine as fuck and he's a baker. I think that's what you're trying to say,
yeah
Micah.
yeah he's just even with that Olivia thing, I mean, Olivia could have told anybody could have told Olivia that anybody, even if somebody didn't like Olivia, anybody could have told Olivia what he said. Like they used Jordan a lot for some reason as a plot device to put Spencer and Olivia together. They used it in season 3. They used it at the end of season 5, telling them to run to the airport. So that's just what the writers want to use Jordan for in those scenarios. But as a person, like this season, it showed. I mean, this Spencer's been fighting to go to the NFL since he was a boy. And you deliberately, like, Jordan isn't stupid. He tried to ruin, like, not throwing him the ball, ruining his stats. That's not what a friend does. Like, you don't do that. He Jordan's just not. He's selfish. He's not a good person. He's not. Like, not to Spencer, not to maybe occasionally Olivia, but especially the people that have always been there for him. He hasn't been a good person to them. And that's just my thing with Jordan. Like, he's not the worst character, but he's a character that's there, and he's a character that's just not only does he not have growth, but he hinders. Sometimes he hinders the growth of other people because Spencer this season. I mean, they have Spencer apologizing. They have Spencer doing all of this to what prop up Jordan Baker. That's crazy to me.
All right, let me ask you this: who do you think,
But he always
in the span of the whole show, has been more
right.
problematic?
Well, okay,
Um,
don't. But the thing is that we're not trying to have a race to the bottom of like who's the most problematic. It's because her statement isn't to speak to say that he's the most diabolical or he's like, it's just a statement. He's not a good person, and I said it this whole time I've been
Yeah.
covering the damn
Can I
show.
can I add to that to what
Yeah,
He's
Micah
not
said?
yeah.
self-aware. I think that's what the root
Antonio's
is.
cutting in and out,
that
so
that that
I'm gonna let
that
Happy Chick talk, and
That's
yours
another
reset your mic or something because it was cutting
reason,
out.
yeah.
Um, I just wanted to add to what Micah said.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Happy Chick. He's gonna wait.
Okay. Um, Jordan from day one has been problematic. And I
Mhm.
agree with you, Erica. You've always talked about, like people try to push this narrative of Spencer and Jordan are brothers. Spencer has been more of a brother to Jordan than Jordan has ever been to Spencer. And you can track that since day one. He tried to get Spencer thrown off the football, out of Beverly since day one. And then even going back to this season of like the moment he started getting a little bit of attention from Coach Snake, he completely disregarded Spencer and went along with whatever the coach wanted just to make himself look good. And then the writers had Spencer apologizing to Jordan for what? Spencer didn't do anything. If anything, Jordan is the one that should have apologized to Spencer for not being not only just a brother but being a good friend to him. Jordan has always been about what serves Jordan. That's it.
The crazy
Like
thing
Micah said, Spencer has always wanted to be an NFL player.
is,
Jordan never had those aspirations. The only reason he picked up a football was to impress his father, but so his father could notice him. That's it. So,
mm,
and outside of like the Simone character, and I think it was mostly based on Simone as a person that kind of made Jordan look good as a person. He's not a great character at all. He hasn't grown. If anything, he's gotten worse. And yeah, he's just not a great person. He hasn't been a great friend to anybody. And I forgot who said it, but all of those like advice things that you brought up, Kofi, somebody else could have told Liv that.
mm.
Antonio,
Simone told Liv that. Like Jordan, the crazy
Uh,
thing is he
hold on
truly
one second.
believes that he's
Hold
doing
on, hold
nothing
on, Micah.
wrong.
Let Antonio get in because his mic was messed up before.
I was just gonna say that I
It's still
think
messing up.
Jordan is more of what's the word I'm for?
Stupid.
It's still messing up.
No, okay, now it's
Okay,
Oh,
fine.
we
I'm
can
gonna
hear
switch.
you.
Now it's working. It was, I think. Okay, Micah, go for it while he does something.
Yeah, no, I was saying like even like with the whole thing, the reason why Jordan didn't apologize is because Jordan doesn't think Jordan did anything wrong. Jordan puts himself like I don't get where he gets it from, but he thinks he is higher than anybody else, and he is this great person that he's just like, oh no, but Spencer, you should have you've been self-centered, you've been this, you've been that. When that's Jordan's the self-centered person, like everything, like even when you bring like with Simone and that whole thing, like everything that Jordan did, while it did help Simone, yes, he did it for himself as well.
I don't know. I don't know
He
about
was
that. I don't know about that
Jordan.
relationship if I would go ahead and agree with that. That's why I'm like I know that Jordan's, this is also why I stay on Jordan's head, because he showed me when he was in a relationship with Simone what he's actually capable of. So at this point, you're choosing to be ain't shit for just cause, for shits and giggles at this point. I don't believe that every decision that he made about with Simone was about him. But I can see how you do. Antonio, is your mic back before I try to make my point, which I think is going to round out all of this? Okay, well, once it is, just get back to us and jump in. Okay. For me, Kofi, I understand you wanted, I guess, further clarity around the whole statement about Jordan is not a good person. He's just not. And at this point, it's taken away from the actual conversation that we were speaking to in reference to Leila and Jordan actually belonging together and me getting examples, or not examples, but me speaking on how I felt like this episode showed that without needing to lean into those very real characteristics of Jordan as a character. But I also want to note that, like, you want to fight tooth and nail right now to, like, get people to prove to you that Jordan is not a good character. But for me, why would it be as monumental as it is for him to do what he did in this episode, where he's finally selfless, when he's finally decentering himself? If that wasn't, if the opposite wasn't already the case. That's something that you need to think on and actually register it, because you also came in the top of this live very proud of him, saying he did everything that I had asked him to do and made a big point of that. So that to me points to the fact of, like, oh, this is important to note because this is something that he does not usually do, and we weren't actually expecting for him to do it. Clock it. Now, going back to Leila and this relationship, what's the most disheartening thing? And I do want to know y'all's thoughts on this. So once I say it, like, feel free to jump in. What's the most disheartening thing for me in looking at this is the centering of men in this particular woman's journey, overall life. The commitment of everybody, or not everybody, but too many people to, like, she has to stay in this relationship or something's going to happen. She can't experience another breakup because something's going to happen. And I think that we're completely missing the fact that what is being pointed out glaringly to me more and more each week is that Leila needs to deal with herself internally. Leila has to find some type of footing and self-love to take, like, to show that for herself before she'll be able to thrive in any relationship. So it's not even about her being paired with a narcissistic, selfish ass partner like Jordan, who happened to get it right in this one episode, right? It's about her desperate need to stay in something, to be seen by somebody else, and not have the things that she needs to be able to see herself first. And that's the part that scares me. And looking at the people who are, like, rallying for her to stay in this, it's like, okay, so if Jordan stopped becoming an op and it's not a factor, right? The idea of the wedding is still triggering for her. Her confliction with her parents' marriage and what she saw is still conflicting for her. Her deep desire to stay in this, which we have yet to see in therapy in reference to any kind of why for her to unearth that feeling. And personally, I'm feeling like it's rooted in her daddy issues. I think that Leila has spent so much time not being chosen, not being prioritized, that she's trying to settle and nest in this space that she has carved out right now in this life that she has. And I want people to be a little bit more comfortable with taking what you need from whatever rest stop you're at, but then understanding that it's a rest stop and move on. The relationship could have been great to help build her confidence, to help give her a healthy perspective on relationships, and to feel like she could do relationships again after having such terrible experiences thus far. Cool. But they can amicably separate and she can go on because she needs to. I don't think that there's anything left in this relationship for her to get. In all honesty, I feel like if Jordan gave her anything as it pertains to this relationship in this particular season of their life, he gave her rest. But right now, her soul, her spirit, the universe, something is calling her ass out of that, which is why the medicine isn't working, which is why she feels so discombobulated. It to me, now this is 100% me, and maybe me projecting, so I'm gonna go ahead and admit that it looks a lot like what it feels like for me when I feel like God is making me uncomfortable where I'm at because he wants me to move to where I need to be.
Mm-hmm.
I agree,
Okay,
Erica.
let's say I take all of that into consideration. Jordan in the last episode did give
This
Layla
isn't
and
about Jordan. Before you, okay, hold your point
I
real quick because
know.
I want them to chime in on Layla specifically. I would like the next thought
Yeah, I know.
to be something
But
that
it's
centers
about
Layla because Jordan
but
is just
it
a
has to do
piece
with
of the
Layla.
story. Well, hold it for me,
I
Kofi.
know, but
Don't be the first to
okay,
speak.
all right,
I'm sorry.
I think
all
My
right.
thing,
let
How do y'all feel about
I'm
that? What
just
I
gonna
just said as it pertains to Layla's story.
I think Layla needs to be single. I think she needs to find like I completely agree with you that her issues, she has serious daddy issues because, she was left alone a lot. Her dad didn't really prioritize her, and she's looking for that love and that comfort in literally all of the wrong places, which are in men in these relationships that do not serve her. I think she needs to be single. I think she needs to work on herself. Her biggest fear is ending up like her mother, and not necessarily of like, you know, uh, I think ending up as her mother, and like her mother didn't know her identity when she got married. Her mother felt like, she had lost herself and she didn't know who she was anymore besides being a wife and a mother. I think Layla is scared of losing who Layla is. And until she figures that out and works that out all in her, like however form that looks like, whether it's therapy or trying to get back on her meds or whatever that looks like for her, until she can love herself and be comfortable with herself and knows that she is enough, it, it's not going to work out. It's just not. And
it,
Jordan is not it's not not just Jordan, but like I don't think any man right now can give her that but her. So I really think that
mm,
just needs to be single and really do the work on herself and begin that healing process. And once she has done that, I think things will be a lot better for her. That's my thought on it.
mm. I think Layla is such a complex character, probably the most, well, one of the most complex characters in the whole show. You could take it back all the way to season 1 in terms of she was the it girl, or how they portrayed her to be, of this person that's just she has it all together, but she didn't have it all together, and you saw that. Saw that in season 2. You saw that everything that she went through with the mental illness, finding out that her mom was depressed and everything. And you see her now, everything's kind of come back. And it's almost as if he hasn't. You speaking about daddy issues, I think that was like, I want to see JP back on in season 6. I don't know why he hasn't been back. I feel like it's very important in her kind of recovery.
Keep going, Micah. Antonio, it was still breaking up a
Yeah,
little bit.
I think like yeah, her mom was depressed and she doesn't want to be her mom and she doesn't want any of that to happen.
It's like reverberate. It's
But I,
like it sounds like that, Antonio.
but I also think that the aftermath of what happened after her mom died, with her dad not being there, and she basically just never feeling safe anywhere, is something that to this day, it's the only reason that I can point to why Layla is still with Jordan. Like I I don't I don't like you can I don't know why she loves Jordan. I just can't. I've always questioned that. I've always had that question and I've never gotten like nowhere. I don't think anybody can. I just why do you love Jordan so much is what I don't understand. And I think it's because Jordan makes her feel safe. I mean, after everything she went through with Spencer and Olivia and everything that went on there, not and her dad never being there, and she needs somebody. But she, at the same time, like Clay was there. Clay tried to be there. She didn't want that. Jordan, I guess, because of the history of him, she always knowing him. I guess that's why she's with him. But this season especially, they've pointed out why they don't work, but at the
Mm-hmm.
same time they won't break
On
them up.
numerous levels.
You point out you point out that Jordan's like yes, the engagement was a trigger, but if we are being real, Jordan himself is a trigger. Like he proposed. He's the reason why you came off the meds because you wanted to make him happy. Like all of this, everything that's come up, it's Jordan that really has triggered everything that's going on right now. Like
I
her now
agree.
having to go to therapy and do all this stuff. Like she like I don't the writers I get this might be the I don't know why they do half the things that they do. And I guess we'll see at the end of the season where this all leads to. I hope it doesn't lead to a marriage because it wouldn't make any sense at this point in time for Layla. But
Yeah.
while Jordan does, I guess, at least in the, like he tries to be there, like she doesn't need somebody that tries. And she wants him to be there, I guess, because she doesn't want to lose him. But at the same time, that's not what you need.
Yeah.
And she was
Um.
writing the letter. She was saying, "What is?" I think the question was something about, what scares you about marriage? And she puts becoming her mother. And yeah, that's one. Like, is that if that's the only thing that scared you, I think you'd have done it already. I feel like there's something more that she doesn't want to say, something else. But I guess we'll see as the season. We still have a couple more episodes left.
Yeah.
But this journey for Liv, if they were gonna break them up, they would have done it. But I think they should have done it for now. It should have been happened. I'm not saying
For
that because I
real.
hate them because don't, honestly don't hate Jordan and Lila. I would say I'm a fan or a semi fan. I have a love hate relationship with them. But at the same time, like looking at the story for what it is, they've had so many arguments. Every episode, they argue, they come back together. They argue, they come back together. But that you can't, especially somebody with mental illness, you can't like have that like you have this guy that's just bringing you more problems than good anyway. But you can't
Yep.
live without him, so I'll just do whatever.
Yeah.
I don't even know why they
I'm a
came
hold
together
on
in the
one
first
second.
place.
Hold on one second. I'm a Erica James said Jordan is the only man who tells her she's enough and treats her like she deserves. And while that could be true, my statement right now and what I want for Layla is for her to prioritize her telling herself that she's enough, because it doesn't matter who else says it until she actually believes it when it comes out of her own mouth, and then to start to treat herself as she deserves. Then the whole world will move around and will meet you at that level that you establish for yourself. I think that there's a great opportunity in how desperate Layla feels right now for all of this to come from outside of herself. And for me, for her to have gone through all that she has gone through up until this point, I would hope that she would have been farther, but maybe not. Growth, you know, growing is a thing that happens where you look like you're moving forward and sometimes you're moving back, or you might be moving laterally. So I think that that's T. Like, Jordan can tell her that
Yeah,
she's enough all he
mhm.
wants, but she needs to start telling it to herself, and it needs to matter first from her. It needs to not matter that Jordan said it. Honestly, it needs to not matter if Spencer said it, if Liv said it. It needs to, for me, I would love for Layla to be a person that it only matters if I think I'm enough. then the rest of the whatever the rest of the world got to say, that comes into it later. But I want to go ahead and let Kofi jump in because I stopped him because he wanted to be the first to say something in response. You want to go ahead and add your point, Kofi?
Yeah, so what am I responding to specifically? I just need so I know the parameters.
No, go ahead and say the comment you were
Like,
going to say. I asked you to hold it because I felt like at that particular point in time, you were going to bring the conversation back to Center and Jordan, and that wasn't
oh,
where
I
we were
was
at.
just gonna say, like, it's about Layla. I mean, if this is how what we think and this is the position, I she could have she could have easily have walked away and said, you know what, I need some time to myself to do that self
Oh my God.
evaluation that Micah was talking about. No,
But
it's
I think
real.
she can't.
I'm just being
I
real. Like
think she
if
can't
it's this,
easily do it though. I think she
I'm
can't
being real.
easily just do it.
I'm just being real. Like if that's
that's
what
what
it
that's
is,
what
then
scares me the most is that I know that you're being real, Kofi. That's the
that's
part that's
real.
like
Like,
hitting me
damn, if
very
you can't
hard.
feel comfortable with your partner and this is what is it is causing you this turmoil, then
Antonio, please
I want
help because
your
I thought we got through to y'all last week.
I'm
Where are
just
you
saying,
at?
like, I want better. So like if you feel like you need to
You
make
don't
yourself
want better
whole
because you
or
were
you
blaming her. You don't want
I'm not
better. I'm going to go
blaming
ahead and
her.
take the
I'm
gloves
not
off.
blaming
I'm going to take
her,
the gloves
bro.
off right now. Kofi, you do
I'm
not
not
want better for
blaming her.
Layla. You want her to stay in this circumstance because you think that
I
there's
didn't
nothing else
say
out
that.
there for her.
I'm not saying she should stay. I'm saying if this
You
is what it
are.
is, I would huh?
You said that. You
If
said
I
you want her to stay here because it's the best that she has had.
I
And you don't
didn't
think that
say
there's
that. I
anything
said
else coming because they're not going to introduce any other characters. To which I said there are
I said
3.8 billion people on this planet.
I okay, let me clarify. I did not say that. I said if that's this is what I'm saying. I'm saying if this is what we think it is, then I would have preferred
Who is
if she
we?
took a step back. Like what the points that the people have been like everybody's been talking about, like Micah
Who
and
is we?
everybody
Because
about
me and Micah are not in the same place in an alignment with you. So who is the we that you're referencing? Are you saying you and
I
people
was
who feel
talking
like
about the
you?
points that were made about I was talking about the points that was made about Layla when you said that she needs to love herself first before she can fully love anybody else. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is that I felt like if that's the case, I would have preferred that in the last episode she told Jordan that she needs to take some time for herself and take a step back. You know,
But I
that's
think
all I'm
Kobe,
saying.
I can't the way how the writers have it written is that she can't do it. She can't tell Jordan she doesn't want for some reason or the other. She doesn't want Jordan to leave her. She
What do you
doesn't.
think
It's
what do you
become
think
a
that's
sort
gonna
of
happen?
kind of a. It's been sort of a toxic thing when you watch it in terms of like the Met one, she was willing to come off the mess to make Jordan happy. She was willing to get married. She said it. She was like, we can still get married and then we can just prove it to every day that we will be okay or whatever and not be my parents. She's been willing she's been trying to hold on to this relationship for whatever reason, right? I don't know, and in my mind, it's
Y'all
because
don't know, but I'm gonna
he
go ahead and say it. I'm gonna go ahead and say it because maybe y'all haven't experienced it. Maybe you haven't experienced being what you deem in that particular season as a love that's just so real and so visceral and feels so right and feels like that's where you're supposed to be. A love that can be very triggering and very traumatic, but you've also experienced quite a bit of other things. So you know what? This ain't really that bad. This is not the worst of the worst. It's literally like middle even keel. So I'm gonna go ahead and ride with it. And if I leave this and I am a person who has an internal belief that tells me that I need to be with somebody because it's a very real thing that some people truly cannot be alone. I have people in my family who cannot be single. They don't know what to do with themselves when they're single. That person is going to be less likely to torpedo a relationship that is having certain issues because you know what? It's not bad all the time. And for me, it's a trigger to hear she could just leave when you're watching a character who is specifically going through a mental health crisis that's also tied to a regimen of her medically managing her mental health. So this is not just something of like, will your ass out of depression and girl, get your ass out of bed. This is like, no, there's some chemical imbalances going on here. So to put the onus back on her solely, not to say that she has no onus at all, because she does, the same way that I would want her to have autonomy, she's going to have some onus on her. But to say that she needs to be the one to go ahead and break it off when you clearly see her spiraling, and part of the way that she responds within this mental health crisis is grabbing onto whatever she has known and getting defensive about it, like how she was talking to the damn therapist and leaning into this relationship because it's the best thing that she has of what she feels like is a life that's crumbling around her. To then turn around to that same character and be like, well, girl, if it's really not working for you, then why don't you just leave? That's like saying, why don't you stand on a stick of dynamite and blow your whole life up all at once versus feeling like it's all crumbling around you.
Okay,
And I'm speaking from a place of like being in, I don't think that that's something that you meant to say, but that's definitely what's being communicated. I have not struggled with whatever, because they also haven't given us the full prognosis for what Layla's condition is. But I do recall being in a very toxic relationship when my ass should have left years before and could not find myself out of it. And even in the process of actually leaving it, you get into an on again, off again season because there's something that is not tangible that is pulling you into it. So to completely say this person should just walk away, it's easier said than done, and it's more specifically easier said from a person who has never experienced love in this way.
All right.
Jordan and Lily like truly have this weird codependent thing going on. Like,
Do you think it's
Yeah, and
because
if you remember,
other than Jordan, well, Olivia occasionally because they want to prove they're best friends, but they, for I think somebody said it in a previous live. The only thing truly tying Layla to this vortex is Jordan. Like, if the relationship with Jordan ends, she could go anywhere. Like she's not tied to LA or the friends or to the house or anything. If the relationship with Jordan would end, she would be free. And I think that scares Layla to be free of any tie or anything because she doesn't have they don't put her with friends. They don't give her friends that are there for her or support her or anything of the sort. She doesn't have her dad because he's never there. Her mom's dead. It's like she needs Jordan. He's the only thing that's there, and they're making it so that he depends on him because without him, then it all just falls apart.
And my question
yeah, and if you
is like,
guys
if we're
remember when
talking
they had
about
that,
her real quick, my question is if we're talking about her being scared of ending up like her mom, right? That's the driving force right now to her story. That's is as it pertains to a marriage, as it pertains to a relationship. So that also to me points to like, okay, so then why aren't we choosing to be single? Because your mama wasn't single.
that's what I'm saying. Like, if that's the case, like well, I don't know. I'm trying not to say the wrong thing here, but I feel like the ideal situation, if we feel like this is what it is, I think uh, she because they've established that they can talk and communicate. I think she would have been able. I think they should have been able to have a conversation where they say
I
like
don't think that they
to take a
established they
break
could
from
talk and
each other.
communicate.
they
Oh,
can
okay,
communicate.
fine. Well, I'm just saying. Okay, for the purposes of this, I'll just say they have a conversation and feel like okay, we need to that maybe we should take a break or something until I can get myself right or I feel comfortable enough to feel like we can go into this with no baggage and be clear and have no, pressing issues.
Well,
That's the point I'm trying to make.
let me be clear. The
That's
question
all.
I just asked is what I hope the therapist is going to ask. Like, this is something that she has to work out in therapy because I don't think that it's something that she can arrive at on her own. And I don't think that it's something that Jordan can arrive at with her or help her to arrive to because he doesn't want to give up the relationship. And it will actually require him to do so. So when you actually said, well, why can't she? I'm like, I would much rather, and it would be more likely if he was so gung-ho Layla's health for him to actually be the one to do it, or at least work with the therapist to have this potential conversation to open that up in reference to being an option, a safe option for her. But it's not going to be something that she actually thinks about because one of her toxic coping mechanisms for the trauma that she's experienced and being abandoned and not feeling chose is to lean heavily and grab what she feel like she has. Go ahead, happy chick.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you guys remember in the cabin scene when they were talking about like their futures, and Jordan was, everything that he said literally revolved around Layla, and Patience said, "Oh, are like Jordan's obsessed with Layla," and Layla was like, "Yeah, absolutely. Like I want him to be obsessed with me." I think that's where I think Jordan and I'm using the word obsessed not in like a creepy way, but like I think he just like he's really just like attached to her, and his whole world revolves around her. And I think that's what Layla was lacking with her dad and her surroundings of like being surrounded by that like love and comfort. And I think I can't remember who said it, but someone said, "Oh, Jordan makes her makes her safe." I don't think Jordan makes her safe. I think Jordan just is it's like obsessed with her in a way that she feels like she needs, and in a way that she hasn't had growing up, and that's why she's staying in that relationship, and it's serving her right now. But I don't think that relationship serves her. I really think she needs to work through her whatever is going on with her dad. I think that's a great idea of like having her dad there and them actually doing therapy together, and then her working through loving herself first. And
I
I
have a
think
question.
until she can work that out, it's just gonna be like a cycle of like being in bad relationships that just do not serve her, and just going back to it. And Jordan is just not the right man for her. He is too selfish, he is too conceited, he is too full of himself, and he just does not have the emotional capacity to deal with somebody like Layla. He just doesn't.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because I was over here struggling with my life, trying to fix this mic. Um, so, would the solution be Jordan breaking up with her?
Yeah.
And
I
if
don't think she
so,
can.
wouldn't that like trigger her abandonment issues though?
Oh, my mic was muted.
If
My
he
bad.
does it in a
Not if it's
way,
done. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
no, yeah, I was just gonna say, not if it's done in a way that is respectful of her. If he does it in like a jerky douchey bag way, then that could definitely trigger more problems for her. But if it's done in a way that's like, hey, this is what's best for you, and this is what's best for this is my way of loving you, then yeah, I think it would work.
Because it kind of
And
feels
what
like
do
Well,
it
real
would
quick,
be.
specifically, I'm gonna give you the scenario. Because low key it could also help heal the hurt that Spencer caused if he does it
I was
right.
just about to bring that up.
Yeah.
Okay.
If because for me, Jordan, you obsessed, you love her down, this is your girl for you, you just know it, it's nobody else, you're not doing a placeholder thing, you're not gonna get bored, you're not gonna get distracted, you're not gonna be intimidated by not being needed in the ways that you can actually serve, but you actually love this girl, right? So you can actually break up with her, have the similar conversation to what Spencer had, but actually mean it and stand on business. Don't go out and date nobody else. Don't get invested in nobody else. Really be a better friend, a great friend, if you will, a better friend than you've been the most, but a great friend, and but do it under the guise of whether you come back to me or not. I'm going to be here to support you walking into this season of your life where you can really stand 100% on your own and you don't feel obligated to marry and or date me. The only thing that you feel obligated to do is to find the fullest best expression of yourself. Whatever that looks like, whatever you need. Do I
Yeah,
think that he's
and
going to
if
do it?
and it
Hell
who
no.
knows, like they might. And like
And
I feel
that's
like if they both do the work, like if she does the work on her, and Jordan actually could use some therapy his damn self, and maybe he does work on himself, who's to say that they can't come back together later on and actually have a healthy relationship?
yeah, that's why I
Ah,
asked because I was like,
look at it.
yeah, that's why I asked because I thought it would be like a similar conversation to the way that Spencer had with her, and I feel like it might hurt her. That might trigger her in another way, but also at the
Yeah,
same
because
time,
we remember what Spencer said, and then we saw how that played out. So I don't know if I want them to go
Right, but
down
I
that
think
road.
but if
I
he
think
does different
people
actions, it's like
right. That's
go
what you
for
were
it, y'all. Y'all
explaining.
got it. Go for it.
Cause like I feel like people
The
think
problem
when
wasn't
we
what
say
Spencer
that,
said. The problem was what Spencer
oh,
did.
he did.
It was, yeah, it
Yeah,
was Spencer's action, and technically they weren't together when, like, it's not like they were together and he cheated on her. Spencer never
Well, not even
actually
just the
cheated on
sleeping
her
with. I'm
though.
saying what he did in reference to like how he handled it all together. Because the moment that he started to get other feelings and he wasn't going to wait,
he should have communicated
he should have
Correct. He should have
communicated that.
communicated that to her. Correct.
instead of
Absolutely
leading her
agree.
on. And I
Yeah.
think that's when people like when we say that they should break up, they think, oh, we want Layla to be alone and miserable by herself so
I
that
hate that
Jordan and them
idea.
could live their thing. But I'm saying she's miserable now. Like
Hello,
she's already miserable.
clock it.
So
In the closet in her mama's damn wedding dress, about to be in tears. No, let's do this. I
exactly.
promise. The fuck?
Oh,
Yeah, it's crazy.
yeah, I'm like, you can't get. I mean, you can't really get more miserable. Like she's already feels alone, even when she's in a relationship, which makes most people, some people, feel even lonelier because they have
Mhm.
somebody that they can't fully interact with the way that they want to because they're so stuck in
They feel
whatever
like
it
they
is
have
that they're
to
going
walk
on.
eggshells.
Yeah,
Right.
and Jada Not Famous said, I feel like sometimes we overdo it with Leila and Jordan. They're not a bad couple. It's not about being bad or good. For me, a lot of times it's just about where you at and are you aligned. Too many people are misaligned at the parts in life that they're trying to stick together so heavily, so crazily. Even if we're just to take it back out to like a 50,000 foot view. Olivia got to go to London for a whole year and decide who she was going to be and actually fall in love with who she decided she was going to be. Layla has yet to have any kind of escape from the expectations, from the history, from the relationships, from all that has been established already. She's just trucking along trying to do her best with that. And now she's in this relationship that has turned into an engagement, which creates additional bars on this cage that's being built before she's fully been able to go out and experience the world in a way that will inform her of who she really is. She's still very much so operating off of an idea of herself that was not fully constructed by herself. So it's less about they don't need to be together because they're just a terrible couple and down with the damn couple. I wish y'all like I say as much as I do because I try to over explain often, but like catch one of the damn points. And my main point is that Jordan specifically is not the person for her at this particular point in her life. Jordan being a character who does have narcissistic tendencies, who is selfish, who can be very self-centered in a very patriarchal society because they still operate in the same society that we're in, should not actually be partnered with a character right now who has yet to define and fill her own cup and figure out what works for her. She's still too impressionable by so many external forces, and she still leans heavily on the validation and acceptance and attention given to her by men. She needs some type of time to be able to cultivate her own identity outside of that before she can be in any relationship in a real healthy way. And healthy is not just, oh, we have great kissing chemistry and we bump uglies on a regular. Because what is the
I
relationship
truly
going to look like
agree.
when things get tough? What's the relationship going to look like when you're in your damn 30s now and you never really fully established or got to know who the fuck you were in your 20s and you having a midlife crisis and you thinking that you're one thing and you think that you're this thing and you this thing and y'all married each other and then you get to your 30s and you actually figure out who the hell you are and you realize that you're not actually all that you've been pretending to be this whole time. Layla has never actually, and this is it, I think I'm processing and it coming out right now. Layla has never gotten a chance to fully drop the mask, and I'm ready for her to do so. And if it means that this relationship got to go for her to do it, then it's the first thing on the chopping block. Chop, chop.
Mhm.
Yeah, all right.
I think if Layla got to do what Olivia went going to London or just going away, dealing with not only her mental health, but just being by herself, being like learning about herself, like Olivia got to do. And she came back. Olivia came back and got with Spence. I don't think Layla would have come back and said, "Jordan, I want to be with you still." I think that would allow her to realize, you know what? Jordan got nothing going for himself. He got nothing going on, and I can't be with someone who's not like that because Layla is very much a go-getter in terms of what she does in her life, in terms of her businesses and whatever she's doing. And even now, I could just imagine now that football's over, Jordan's got nothing to do but be around Layla. Like he's going to be around every episode from now to the end of the season is going to be him around Layla. Now that the season is over, and it's just gonna
Mm.
add to what I feel like is a all or nothing type of relationship, where it's like, yes, you like you saying about him letting her go at the end of what was the last episode where he was like he was gonna let her go. Yeah, he was
Mm-hmm.
gonna let her go after at the last episode, and it's like, so you're gonna let her go and you're gonna break up, or you're gonna stay together and you're gonna possibly get married, but you're still gonna be together. But it's not gonna be. I don't see Jordan as the type of person who's gonna be like, oh well, yeah, I will wait for you. I will do this and do that. It's an all or nothing type of relationship, and I feel like you're
Mm.
right. If she did have the chance to go out and figure herself out, she would realize that this is not who she doesn't want to. This is not where she wants to be, who she wants to be with. And it's not to say Jordan's a bad person because he's not, especially in relationships. He's a good guy. He's a good boyfriend. I'll give him that. But Layla, for Layla, I don't know. Not for Layla.
I just want, and this is just like I guess
Oh,
also the
thank God.
point.
Oh my God. I
Uh,
could just
uh, I
imagine.
sorry. Go ahead.
I was like, I could just like, I imagine if she had went up there at the Slauson Cafe. He walked in, saw her, like the embarrassment and the like. I could just imagine what would have happened had they like he met at the altar and he told her he can't do it or he can't get
Oh
married to her,
God.
and the mental like I can just thank God for living that
I
moment
don't
because
know if he would
what
have said
Lord,
no. I think he would have gone along to get along and
Lord,
not embarrass her, and then
you
they would
think
have
he would
been
have done
launched
it?
into this terrible ass wedding. I mean, this terrible ass
Ooh,
marriage. I think.
ooh,
Actually, I lost my thought. So anybody else?
I think she was pressured into that engagement happened so fast. I don't know what Jordan was thinking when he decided to propose to her. Like we can all see that she was hesitant to say yes.
he was thinking that his daddy said that he approved. So
Yeah, but she
Jordan
could
got
have said no
strong
though.
daddy.
Yeah,
Like,
she could have said no.
yeah, she could have said no,
She
but
could
I don't
she?
know. I just felt like
His
she,
daddy just died. Could she have said no?
I just,
Yeah,
yeah, I don't feel like she could have said no. I just feel,
It took me to
I personally
I don't
feel
2013.
like
agree
she
with
was
that at
pressured
all.
into it.
It took me to
Just my thought.
2013 to finally tell my father I was not going to go to medical school. I'm going to just say that.
Oh wow.
So we can say you could tell your parents whatever, whatever, but if you are a type A, alpha, whatever you want to describe it, goody two shoes, great grades, getting not pregnant teen, like if you are a black woman that operates with a certain level of excellence in childhood and you understand very viscerally she's the only child, but or like being the eldest child, which is what I am, certain expectations that are on you and you actually are invested in making the people around you proud because you have a certain level of validation and certain level of self-esteem attached to people believing you to be one thing, that will help you not make certain decisions that you want to make for yourself or delay those damn decisions and not realize in the moment when you actually have an out to take it. So I'm just gonna put that
And
out
she's
there.
a people pleaser,
In the
right?
time,
Didn't we establish
this was
that in the
pre-time
beginning?
jump though. This was pre-time jump before she was re-triggered, right? She was still
Yeah,
in the
this is
good place
before
back
she was
then.
re-triggered.
So that's why,
Right,
like,
I
so
know, but I'm
she
I'm
could have
saying
said
like
no.
y'all were saying, well, her because her father approved. I think that that's a. I don't think that y'all. I think that the way it was said so cavalier, it took off the weight that comes with like her father.
Not her
It seems
father,
like her.
his father.
Yeah, she was talking
Oh,
about Billy. Yeah, she was
His
talking about
wait,
father.
Billy.
Because
but
he
The
didn't
proposed.
Jordan
conversation
talk
he
to
had with
JP?
Jordan.
Jordan didn't talk
He
to
was
JP.
saying that
I don't think
Why
so.
Jordan
Oh,
proposed. I was like, I was just saying Jordan proposed, like he said in the speech where Daddy gave her. His dad said that he approved. That's why Jordan proposed. I wasn't talking about JP.
okay.
Yeah, see,
But we
like,
had an arc where
so because
JP
his
talked
dad
about Jordan,
approved,
right?
I think JP
Vaguely.
said
Yeah.
I think he said
He talked to Layla.
he wasn't directly saying talking about Jordan, but I remember in 412 he said put yourself out there. and that's the whole when she called Jordan and talked to him on the phone while he was still with Simone. And I think the only other time they ever mentioned it was the finale where he was like, "Oh, is there something going on with you and Jordan?" And she was like, "No." That was the only time I remember JP saying that.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
scratch
so
my stuff from the
Jordan
record. I was just
proposed.
saying why she would say yes, because I thought that y'all said, well, why did she say yes? I was just providing reasons why, a mindset behind why she would say yes.
Maybe I don't know.
Oh yeah,
She
I
said,
know why she said yes, but I was just
"Oh,
making a counter argument
oh, why'd she say yes, Antonio?"
because she felt like that was what she should do.
Yeah, she's a
You don't
people
actually
pleaser.
think?
She said yes to
You
No,
make
don't
no,
think it
Jordan
no,
was like?
happy.
no. She liked him. She liked him. She maybe even loved him, but that's not mutually exclusive.
Hmm. All right. Well, look. How many more episodes we got? What are we in? We're going into 10.
Well,
We
wait,
got what, 5
real
episodes?
quick, Kofi, before you sum it up. Well, my point came back. What I want the people watching, everybody in this audience, but also all of the audience of All American, to pick up at some point, if you don't already have it, is there like there has to be a certain level of discernment developed as you're navigating life that gets you to ask yourself the question why. I look at the question why as one of the most powerful questions on this planet, but definitely in my life. In addition to us speaking to Layla, for me specifically pointing out of like why they can't be in this relationship, so it was less about Jordan and how he's acting, and I'm tired of him triggering her, I'm tired of whatever. It's very clear that she's having this knee-jerk reaction as a trauma response to current triggerings and trauma that's happening in real time. And therapy is supposed to provide her the resources and the space to be able to work that out and heal through that so she can figure out better ways to handle stimuli of this nature and move forward. Cool. But there's also something to be said about Jordan as a character who's running around with a bunch of unprocessed trauma, feelings, emotions as well. And while it sounds great in theory to be obsessed with your girlfriend, because we all want somebody to be obsessed with us and be down with us and be ours, like you my person, cool, cool, cool. But when it gets to the point where you start to have the conversations of like, you love this person more than you love yourself, and again, I'm speaking from experience because I've had this season, there needs to be some type of questioning of why. Because now you're in a space, specifically as it pertains to your relationship, that's not actually about your relationship. It's about whatever you feel like you're missing that you're trying to find in somebody else, and you're never going to find it in them. No matter how close you think you are, you're never going to find it in them. So that just like I can point out that I feel like Layla is responding in this way and doing certain things as motivated by her trauma, I think that Jordan is also very quick to commit and to be hyper focused and to make his whole entire life at 20 years old about a whole other person. And he has lived his childhood years running behind a father that didn't pay much attention to him at all, and a mother who didn't know what to say and do with his ass because he's a black boy in a biracial body, and she grew up a different way, so she doesn't even know what to actually provide for this boy and did the best that she could. So no shade to Laura. There's a very real conversation that needs to be had about this relationship and how misaligned they are, specifically speaking to how they need to work on things for themselves within themselves. And I think that we commit as a society so much to somebody getting with somebody, whether it's a best friend or romantic partner, and like they're gonna fix me. They cannot fix you. The best that they can do is help you fix yourself. That's my TED talk.
Mm, all right, got you. Uh, it's a fair point, and well, we got 5 more episodes until the end of the season, so we'll see whether this next um phase of the relationship will go, man. See.
I am really curious. Like I don't know where they go from here.
Oh, y'all, you don't gotta be curious. It's all American. We all know where it's gonna go.
How's it
They
gonna
What?
go,
gonna end up
Micah?
getting
How's it
married
gonna
or
go?
something.
We all know
You think
it's
they get
all.
married at the end?
I don't think they
Who?
get married, but they're not breaking up. They're not gonna do it. They can't. If they were to do it, the episode 8 would have been the perfect episode and the perfect time and the perfect setup, and they didn't do it. And I knew from then that they weren't gonna do it. They're not gonna do it.
They're just gonna gloss over it and pretend
It's all
everything's okay,
American.
like they did with Liv and
It's the
Spencer.
Olivia and Jordan show. You can't break up Olivia and Jordan and have the show. That's how they shit
Ah.
go.
Hmm.
All the best couples break up and get back together again, though, right? Ain't that what they say?
Child.
And
Is that what they
that's
say? I
Kofi.
just want you to come to me ready. Come to me ready for me. Don't come to me with making me have to do the work of getting you ready for me. Child.
It's a sad state
I
of
got a question.
affairs
What that
that the
beginning
most stable
scene?
relationship in this whole show for the past 2 years has been Asher and Jamie.
Asher. Yep.
And
Asher is
Jamie.
the one with the most healthy relationship, and he's the one
I-
that started off screwed up. Who would have thought?
That's
Kinda
crazy
sad.
to me. That makes no sense. Like what?
It kind of tracks.
Sad.
It tracks.
What is it? Third time's
Yeah,
the charm?
because he dealt with his parental trauma.
Asher
Layla
has
and
dealt with
Jordan
all
have
of his
not.
trauma.
Yeah.
Asher has had to
Asher's
confront
gotten. I
every last
mean,
demon he had. So it tracks for me.
Asher got a choice. Asher from start to finish. You can try. Got the growth. Asher's got everything. Now that you think about it, damn.
Yeah, but he worked through his he worked through his trauma. He worked through whatever issues he had, and this is what happens. I think Asher should be like, this is what happens when you work through your shit.
Asher should be
This is
written
what
off
you
the
get.
script.
This is what a healthy relationship looks like. This is what a healthy position looks like when you work through your trauma.
That's
Yeah.
wild.
Child.
I mean, it's crazy. Y'all,
I
they
mean,
have
he's
Asher
finished
everything.
all his quests. Like my boy's got nothing else to accomplish now.
And y'all got
Like, I
Jordan.
don't-
It's
over
so
there.
interesting for me, Kofi, that you can so clearly see that Asher has completed his mission and finished all his quests, and he is reaping the rewards of it. Yet every single week you fighting tooth and nail for people to not go into battle so that they can actually get through the shit that they need to get to and get to the end.
I didn't
You want
say
them to
that.
hover
I'm just-
at pending just so that they can
No.
avoid heartache, they can avoid heartbreak, they can avoid hurt feelings. Meanwhile, you have watched Asher over the course of 5 seasons, because for this season, for the most part, it's been nothing. You have watched him over the course of 5 seasons go into the trenches and deal with all of these emotions that you want all the other characters to avoid.
I didn't say that.
Now that I think
did
about
not
it,
say
why
that.
Asher be the one to get married and Olivia and Jordan don't get nothing?
Fact.
Now that I think about it, they might be the one to get married. I mean, he got his fairy tale.
I mean, they
ending
got
on
a
the
kid.
Kofi
They got a
year.
job.
Yeah. I mean, wow.
I feel like they might not get married. I feel like they might be one of
Wow.
those like partners that stay together long term and just decide not to get
I
married.
wanted the domestic partnership thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Even if they do get married, I can see us not seeing it, because do we need to see it?
We don't need to see any of it, but
Nah.
We already know Asher's good.
finally
Not
got
Asher
it.
Adams, the one that's arriving at the towards the end
Yeah.
perfectly fine, unscathed, if you will.
Living in Crenshaw.
honestly,
Living in Crenshaw.
we had 100 episodes, and when you really look at all the characters, it's Asher that you can really track and say, wow,
That's
that's
crazy.
Ash is the one that has
Can't
he
believe
has
it.
had the most growth and most amazing character development in the whole
That's
show.
actually sad. It's not even funny.
Layla's still up there for me, but Asher's right behind her for me. Right behind her.
Yeah.
The only thing that's stopping
Okay, I'll
Layla
give it
right
to
now
Layla.
is that they have her with this goddamn Jordan. So it's like
Yeah, they got
forcing her to stand
backtracking
on
on
business
it.
about certain growth things that were
Yeah, because Asher
alluded
was
to.
alone for a minute too. Now that I bring it, now that you think about it,
Mm-hmm.
he
trying to
was alone
profess
for
to
a hot minute
Layla
too.
because they started bumping ugly. Child, like these.
Yeah,
No,
come
he's-
on, we need to
Well,
get to the
hold
get
on.
to. Layla need to get to the get to. Olivia need to get to the get to. Everybody needs to start going through their shit. Stop running from it. Cause look, Y'all literally y'all clocked it. Asher did everything that he had to do, and now he's fine.
But wasn't there a time when they didn't like Ash, Spencer, and Olivia weren't together for like what, a whole year, where she was doing his thing in Crenshaw, she was doing her thing in London, so they did have that period of
They
separation.
were
We
together.
didn't see it though.
They were
But they were
They were
together.
together though.
They were together.
Just because they weren't physically together, they were together, which means what? You got the
They were
expectations
together.
that
They
you're
were a
in a
couple.
relationship. You have to move a certain way. Just because Olivia might have bent the rules a little bit don't mean that they wasn't still rules.
All right, whatever. You got it.
What you
Okay.
mean? Whatever. Am I
Okay.
wrong,
I'm
y'all?
not.
They were in a relationship, weren't
No,
they?
yeah,
No,
they
they
were
weren't.
in a relationship. They were
They were
together.
writing those notebook letters.
Mhm.
She over here
Oh,
befriending
okay.
Ashley and getting Ashley all hooked on the Olivia crack, and Spencer in there writing in his damn journal, ready to hand that over. Like, so even to your point, Kofi, of like they physically weren't together, but he was still mentally in that relationship and still having so much of his mind consumed with her, even if her mind wasn't consumed with him. So no, the
Right.
time that Asher has had unattached to somebody, to fully sit in the grief of not being able to play, to fully sit in the rejection of Layla when they started bumping uglies again, and he's like, "You are always the real one," and she's like, "Nah, that was never supposed to be it."
Well, hold
Like
on.
Mom
eating
being
it.
trash.
Revisionist history.
His
there,
mom being
because
trash.
Mm,
What do you
He
mean
didn't-
revisionist
he
Dad
history?
being trash.
What do you
when
mean
they
revisionist
did what
history?
they did. Hold on, because if I remember correctly, he didn't say that to try and get back with her. He said that to just acknowledge that no,
Why did he say
he
that?
He tried to
because
get
he was
back it
being
together with
truthful.
her. We
He
can go and
wasn't.
watch the
He
scene.
No,
wasn't.
We
I
can
don't
watch the
think
scene,
so.
Kofi.
When they were in the studio, right? When they were in the
Yeah.
studio.
I don't
He
think
said
he
it was
was
always
talking about
her.
I think he was
His
reminiscing
life.
of
Love
He
like
said it was
his life.
He was
always her.
reminiscing.
Y'all,
Yeah,
I could pull
but
up
he
the
was
scene.
being honest.
Somebody give me the season in the episode. I'll pull it up.
What episode is that?
God damn.
I will pull it up right
Okay.
now. Y'all just gotta tell me what it is.
Episode
All right,
3?
fine. I'm
I
gonna look
gotta
it up.
check. It's gotta be episode 3, I think.
I think it's
Episode
season
3 from what
4.
season? Season 4, episode 3.
It's
Okay,
season
give me 1
4.
second.
I just can't remember the episode.
Let me see.
Uh,
All American.
Look, I'm just glad now that Asher's has someone that Spencer can't take from him, so we good
Oh,
over
God.
here.
If you could be taking that,
To
that
be
was never
fair,
yours.
though,
It was never
thank you. I was
yours.
just gonna say that, Erica. Like they were
Look,
never his to begin
baby.
with. If they could be taken that easily,
Not once, but twice. Twice. Like,
Asher should have been a better
what?
boyfriend.
Hello. Clock it.
Uh,
Yeah, it was
I-
episode 3. Yep.
Season 4, episode 3.
Yep. He
Hold on,
said
I'm trying
she was the love of his life.
to.
Crazy.
They were trying to get back together, right?
No,
Or
I think he was just
he was trying to get back
reminiscing.
together with her. Not she was like nigga, but well, not
no,
clearly.
I don't think he was. I think they were just.
I think he was just saying he dropped the ball, and
Okay.
he
We
really
gonna
was
watch
in love
it.
with her.
We gonna
It
watch
was a
it.
throwaway
was a
comment. There
little
was
bored
no
stuff.
reason to say it. For real. He just said it. He was like,
I'll send him
oh,
in.
you know, you were the love of my life.
We gonna watch. Don't even worry about it, sweetheart. Don't worry about it. Paul, this is not it.
Watch.
Child.
It's
this is how
4-3
you know.
though.
4-3. How do I mute this? Cause I ain't trying to. Okay, hold on. Let me get to this. Let me get to the moment. Let me get to the moment. Child, they look like cheering.
Yeah, he doesn't have his facial hair. Yeah, now he has his facial hair. He looks like a whole man out here. Yeah.
Okay. Don't mind me, y'all. I'm on Netflix and I'm cheap, so I have the ad plan. So you gotta wait a second.
Yeah, that's fine.
I got a question while we're waiting. It's 100 episodes, and I was like, how do y'all feel about Spencer from season 1 to this episode? Like, in terms of, do you think he's grown? What do you think about Spencer in this moment, reaching 100 episodes? We've seen his journey so far. Like, what do you think
No,
about the whole journey now?
He
I
hasn't
don't.
gotten to the destination yet, but he's on his way.
You think they're gonna put
He
him in the
been on his
NFL?
way once he started the journey, Kofi. Duh. I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying. He'll
You think
make
they're
the
gonna put him in
NFL.
the NFL,
Yes.
like in this season?
I didn't hear the
Mm,
question.
will he make the NFL by the end of this season?
I don't know
Unfortunately.
by the end of the season, but at least by the end of the show, they're gonna put him in the NFL.
Yeah. I
So I
didn't
think
watch
he
this
will make
show
it to
from
the
the
NFL.
beginning not to have this boy in the NFL. Ideally, I would have wished Billy was there with him, but my boy gonna make it to the league. That I want that for him.
They're gonna make Asher
So
go to
yeah,
the league first.
Asher's
Yeah,
not done with football. Remember?
they already made it. They already made Spencer's last college game about Ashley. They would have done. They're gonna do that too.
Hilarious.
But
Okay.
but they still won though, so it's not like the yeah Asher had
I
his
forgot
moment,
they
but
won.
Spencer
I'm not
got
gonna
the
lie.
glory.
I forgot. I'm not gonna lie. I forgot they won after it happened. There was no celebration. I forgot.
Okay, Discord folks. Y'all gonna have to, because I don't think you're gonna be able to hear. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see what I'm doing. Um. Oh wait. Okay. Oh, y'all might not be able to hear me. Can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Discord people,
Hmm.
you can hear me. Test, test, test. Discord people, can y'all hear me? No, y'all can't hear me. Cause I have it muted on here. Okay. Chill. All of this behind the scenes is just a lot. Okay, y'all should be able to hear me now. Can y'all hear me now? But
Yep.
now the group, the hold on, because I might be giving an echo to the crew. Hold on. Okay, let me mute that. Okay, can y'all hear me? Drop a one in the chat if you can still hear me. Pretty please. Drop a one in the chat if y'all can hear me. Oh, my phone about to cut off. Okay, y'all can still hear me. Perfect. All right. Can y'all hear? Can y'all hear the show right now? Oh wait, I can't. Oh,
I told you
oh,
she was
yeah.
great. I'm talking
Can you
about
hear it?
you. Leila, no one in that room.
Can y'all hear it?
Yep. Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. All right,
Yeah.
so I gotta like finagle and go like with 9-second bursts so I don't get hit with a copyright. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna
Okay.
thug it out. All right, this is the start before they actually sleep together.
Wanted you to sign Kim, including Kim, but you slayed it and got her to sign anyway. It was insane.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, it felt pretty good.
Pretty good. I felt like a
Pause. Okay. They're talking about, I don't know. What are they talking about? Who did she sign?
Forgot she had a record label.
Oh
So
yeah, she was a producer.
apparently in this
She still
episode,
is.
Asher was writing a college essay about his losing his first love, right? And Layla walked in on him at the cafe, and
Oh yeah,
she roped
yeah,
him
yeah,
to go
yeah.
and help him and sign a new artist for her
Yep.
label.
Okay. All right. Let me
That's
play
what
more.
that was
badass.
about.
I was just standing next to you.
Weirdo behavior. Now they're
Which
kissing,
I'm not
guys.
gonna lie. Which I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see that coming when I first watched it back then.
It was very
I
annoying.
think that was her, like the era of her just not caring about anybody's feelings. That was season 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, even that was
Yeah,
OD
she was
though.
just going along to get along.
Okay, great. Now I can skip over to something else. Spencer and Olivia had a little fun date. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. This is the top of it. All right, all right. Let me boom.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let's call it a little celebratory sex between friends.
I'm pretty sure that isn't a thing.
Sorry, I gotta bear with me. YouTube copyright issues.
Well, I like that I just made it a thing. You can chalk that up to more of my badassness. I don't need to make it any more than what it was.
That works for me.
Figured, since you called Olivia your first love about 2 hours ago. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring her up.
No, it's not that.
Wait, were her and Liv beefing at this time?
No,
I do
they're
not
still
watch
friends.
this. I do
I think
not
it
go
was
back
just
and
a
rewatch this
weird.
season.
They
Girl,
were
what?
I
still
think it was
friends.
just weird. It was just weird because of everything that happened. It was probably just weird.
Okay.
But actually, I wasn't talking about Olivia.
Then who? Wait, no, Vanessa.
Oh, I was talking about you, Layla.
Oh.
Okay, hey, easy. I'm not making it a thing. It's just a fact.
Oh, okay.
We're not those people
Okay.
anymore.
Y'all was right.
Like, at all.
Told you.
I mean, you're definitely not. You're better. I mean, look at what you accomplished tonight with that new artist.
Okay. Y'all were right. I was wrong.
All right, there.
Layla 2.0.
They
Oh,
should have
yeah,
been
that was-
doing it, but you know, there's
Yeah.
that.
Incredible. She made me realize maybe Asher 2.0 can be too.
Asher 1.5 isn't so bad.
I mean, hell, that should have been some healing right there. As it
Yeah.
pertains to the trauma that this dude caused, that gives full circle moment, especially because you're sleeping with him. I wasn't a fan of her sleeping with him, but
Giving me a
I've always felt like
You know what?
Asher was beneath her.
Honestly,
Well,
I
if I hadn't
could.
learned about
This,
my
I
condition,
said
I
this
could've died of
on a podcast one time. I honestly looked back at that as Asher getting some good karma after all the crap he'd been through for the past 3 seasons. Because he had his heart condition, and then Spencer did what he did. So I was like, I wasn't really mad at that. I mean, I
Him
was
sleeping with
surprised by it,
Layla
but I
was
wasn't
good
mad.
karma for him.
Yeah, it was like something like he needed, like something was going right. Like it was like everything was going wrong with this dude up until 403. You know what I mean? Like he got
Well,
the
I
news
hate it
that
for her. I
your
think that it wasn't a
your
good look for
steroid
her.
your steroid use is the reason why your heart is bad and you can't play football anymore. Then you got the news about he couldn't play football anymore. So it was like it was the beginning of him letting go and making that transition into the coaching, which we see he's thriving in. So yeah, I mean,
No, Kofi, I don't think that hits as much as you think it does.
okay, fine. Look, what I'm trying to make is that he did what y'all wanted him to do. He had that time of separation.
No, he
where
did
he was
not.
able
You
to
don't get to apply that to just everything because Jordan did it this one time.
No, I'm not talking about Jordan. I'm talking about Asher.
I know
saying
you're
Asher
talking
did
about
what
Asher. You
guys
don't get to
want
put it on Asher.
everybody to do.
In
Like,
this particular
have
moment,
that-
you're saying that you wanted Asher to have sex with her because he deserved something good to happen to him because he was experiencing so
No,
much
I
bad.
was like saying I looked at that as, you know what? I'm gonna let him have it. Okay? That's all I was saying. Like, I'm gonna let him have this. I'm gonna let him have it. That's all. That was
Okay.
it, because I felt bad for all the shit he'd have been through.
Well, I feel bad for all the
like-
shit that Layla been through.
Well, yeah, of course that's fair. I can have sympathy for both characters. That's what my point is,
Not if
Anyway,
using one of the characters' body is to prop up the other. I don't think you can do that. But
Well, look,
Godspeed.
I
with it.
didn't tell Layla to sleep with that man.
You didn't. You just co-signed it and got excited about it
He
because
didn't
Asher
ask.
deserved some.
He didn't
some
ask her
good
to do
cookie.
that.
He didn't
Yeah.
ask her to do that.
Yeah.
I didn't ask her to give him the cookie.
No, she made that choice, which If it wasn't Asher, I believe that she would have done that with any random person too.
Should
That's
kept doing
kind
it
of
with
where I
Clay.
felt
Fuck.
he was at
Okay, so going
in that
back to
mental
that real quick,
space.
y'all. Going back to Clay real quick before we get ready to wrap up, because we've been on here for quite a while. Because we talked a little bit about how she didn't want to give this to Clay. That's my Google Home talking. I probably said this before. I don't know, but I feel like I'm just now getting to this place, and maybe I don't know. But while y'all were talking about Clay for the brief moment that y'all were, I'm like, okay, well then why in the hell did you not want this with Clay? I get like you don't know him as well, but when we get down to the conversation around Jordan makes her feel safe, right? I think that there's something to be said about. Hold on, let me fix this because it's being weird. I think
it was too much like her dad.
Yeah, I don't think that would work.
That could be the case, but I also think it's something to be said about not feeling safe when you're also feeling challenged. So when you're being called to be the best version of yourself, that is not a safe feeling. That's a very scary feeling. So for me, it just makes this Jordan choice so much worse because you didn't actually choose him because he was a better guy. You chose him because this was quote unquote the safest, which ultimately to me feels like you felt like you would be able to have the most control with Jordan.
It was honestly so weird when you think about how it all went down because Clay was there. I mean, Clay could have done everything Jordan's doing right now and more. But
And
Clay was there.
more.
You had this guy there. And I mean, there was Jordan, but Jordan was in a relationship. So it was like, how it all went down at the end. It was.
Can y'all hear me now? Or hear it now? Let me fix it because I tried to change it. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Lord. Can y'all hear the Discord? Say something, Discord. People on Discord. They can't hear me. Can somebody in the Discord say something? Can y'all hear now? Are we good with audio now? No, I'm asking for the chat. Chat, give me some ones if y'all can hear now, just so we're clear before we go into this. They did? Okay. Okay, I'm about to process this because Kofi said the only thing he blames Leila for is she could have something Clay. That's okay. Okay. And while Erica is losing her shits, you can only hear me. You can hear me. You can't hear Discord. They can hear me. They can't hear Discord. I don't know why that is. Is that better? Oh, I don't have it in that scene. Okay, that makes sense. Y'all should be able to hear everything now. All right, Kofi, repeat one more time. Specifically your point, but don't go into your point, okay? Just say the
I
point, but
said
don't give your supporting.
I said that Layla could have handled that whole situation she had with Clay better.
He said the only thing he blames Layla for. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I am chanting I love black men because Kofi is going to push my ass to the ends of the earth and take me up off of this planet, I fear. Okay?
Wait, what did I do? What I do, man?
You are a man. You are a man. You are a man. You are a man. I don't think that men realize how much y'all center yourselves in everything. And it just be jumping up off of you. All of your dialogue, Kofi, centers what is best for the male characters in this series. Constantly.
No, not really. I care about the female characters. I'm equal opportunist.
No, you're not. No, you're not, babe. No, you're not.
You ride for Asher.
You're not.
You ride for
We're talking about Layla and what could mentally and emotionally be going on to make her not choose Clay and choose Jordan, and we are unpacking that. And then you say, well, the only thing I blame Layla for, and it's like, if her choice in not choosing Clay is steeped in a trauma response, a safety response, a need to control the circumstances, that is something that's internally happening with her that is built on the foundation of all of the things that have put her in a very unsafe space. So it actually makes sense. Clay's little feelings are the least of anybody's concern. And don't get me wrong, I love me some Clay. I think that Clayla was going to rock. But for you to go to a place of like, you're going to blame her now for things that are for the most part outside of her control because little ass Clay feelings is getting hurt. Again, I do like the Clay character, but for the purposes of what we're talking about, it just is wild to me. And it's not necessarily you per se. So I know you might feel picked on in this moment because you said the thing, but I struggle like in how my mind works now, just navigating life period and being able to see how quickly everybody centers men in everything. Like, this woman did this and that man felt this way, so now she's the problem. It's like, she's not a problem. She's a person. That's it. And what I think makes it kind of worse for me when it comes to navigating your dialogue around certain characters, because you can turn around and say that you blame Layla for Clay, but you don't blame Olivia for Ashley.
Well, that's not necessarily true, but because I felt like Olivia handled it poorly. I also feel like I felt
but
bad
you were
for
also
Ashley
you were defending Olivia. So is it a Baker thing? But she's a girl, so then I also don't understand. I don't know. I don't know. Hearing the words come out of your mouth, I blame her for this. It's just like, why does there need to be some type of blame? And on another level, just to take it up another notch, and I'm gonna let you get your point off. If men are supposed to be the leaders that you guys say that y'all want to be in reference to relationships or nuclear families or whatever, then there needs to be a little bit more fortitude and sacrifice that women, I think, naturally make, but it's almost unheard of for y'all to make it. Because we got to be mindful about how you feel. We got to be mindful of what you're thinking, regardless of if you can't actually articulate it. And I think I have, and this is the part of the process, and I said I needed to say out loud to you, because I might have an expectation for you that you might not want for your damn life. All the men who are in proximity to me, or who I deem friends, or who I deem like, oh, I love this dude, I want the best for him, I have this belief that by proximity, friendship, love, whatever with me, you're going to get to some level, some different level. I don't know what the level will be, but you'll get to some level in your life where you look at women differently and you look at yourself differently and you navigate the world in a way that's a little bit, just a tad bit less harmful for women. Not that you are intending to be harmful for women, but I think that most men don't know how harmful y'all are, whether it's in the dialogue, whether it's in the actions, whether it's in whatever. And I hope that the men that I actually like claim community with get from me not just great spirited debates, but like shit that they can take away so that they're not just blaming the woman for another man's hurt feelings when it's a very real case of like some mental that the woman might be dealing with and she did the best that she could possibly do.
Okay, let me reword it this way. Okay, I don't want to say blame. How about I wish she would have communicated, like it, because I just felt like, you know, how do you are in relationship, y'all in a relationship, but clearly there have been mutual feelings that have been felt between the both of you. I just wish that she would have communicated that she wasn't, I don't know if she has said that she wasn't looking for a relationship in that moment. I don't know if that was ever established in season 4. Maybe I have to go and rewatch it, but my only issue with her was like how cold she became once, he tried to, get when he tried to get her to open up, and then she kind of bit his head off a little bit. But then at the same time, I didn't like his whole response or what he did when we saw what he did, in future episodes. So that's kind of where I'm at, with that in terms of, I didn't want to say blame. I think I probably would have preferred the word communicate. That's probably a better. That's kind of what I meant to say. I didn't want to just say, "Oh, it's all about the men's feelings on this show." Like, no, I don't want to come across like I care about only the dudes when that's not my intention. So I wish I would have worded it better, but I think I meant to say communicate. I that's probably that's the crux of what I'm trying to say. You get what I mean?
Yes, I hear you. Anybody else
Okay.
want to chime in on that particular
Okay.
part?
Good. Oh gosh, man, you're trying to get me in trouble.
You're not in trouble. I don't want you to feel like that because and I think Antonio could speak to this too because we have these like conversations in like real time.
Oh, I was about to say, I think it's because like I'm used to it because we talk like offline.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm kind of used to these conversations right now.
So yeah, it's like, do you feel? Well, you might feel like too that you be wrong. I'm not trying to say that you're wrong per se. I'm just trying to make it safer for women to exist so that we could do what we need to do and hopefully uplift you guys along the way, but not have to sacrifice ourselves so goddamn much.
Yeah, I think me and Kofi understand that because even like the last conversation we had with Angela the other day, when you guys were bringing up a lot of stuff that he and I hadn't thought about. So I think it's just I think it's the fact that this community is mostly women and like we're the minority, so it is are going to be times where we say things that aren't what's the word I'm looking for? Where we
That are
say
in
things
line
that
with societal shit
that
and not
yeah,
necessarily conducive for communicating with women. But I also like
yes,
appreciate that. Like I appreciate y'all actually taking up space here because there is so many women. To me, there's a notch in your belt being men, and shout out to Trey also and Dominic, who can show up in this space and have these conversations, have these tough conversations, get pushed back by me, and then continue to still show up because there's a lot of men, specifically a lot of men online that just cannot handle it. So
Yeah, well, they broke the mold with me and Antonio, so
I love
we
it.
built different.
I love it.
But
But also, like
I could
speaking
brag
to,
on myself.
go for it, brag on yourself. But speaking to, just on a personal note, is that fair for me to have the expectations of you and Antonio? Antonio, you could chime in too, of like just hoping that the perspective that I provide gives you something different to move through life with that makes it a little bit easier for women to navigate life with you.
oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, most
Okay.
definitely.
I think like
I,
when we first met in like 2020 to now, it's completely different.
How so, if you don't mind me asking?
Just like being able to look outside of like my first initial like reaction to something and not move off of that. Like sometimes when you say something to me or the Kofi or the John or the Trey or whatever, I just be like, hold up, and then I get defensive, and then I gotta kind of like, all right, let me chill and see what she's actually trying to get us to see.
Okay.
And that's
Appreciate that.
that's a good exercise.
I appreciate that. All right, Kofi, you about to wrap it up. Anybody have any other things that we didn't talk about that we needed to talk about? I feel like our talks are
We
always
didn't really
like,
mention Spencer. I mean, we didn't really talk about Spencer in this episode. We didn't talk about our
which
title
is
character.
Micah's point.
My
I'm
rating for
sorry.
this episode was NA, so I don't really got nothing to say.
Antonio, what'd you think of Asher playing again? Do you think that was realistic? Because we
Stupid.
talked about how there wasn't enough protocols that were enacted for that to actually be a thing.
Yeah, I thought it was stupid. Like I didn't care. Me and Dominic was talking earlier, and I was like, "What's the numerical equivalent of apathy?" Because that's the rating I want to give it. I
Oh
don't
my
care.
god.
Oh, thank you. Like it was just nobody cared. I'm sorry, I don't care about Asher. Don't care.
It didn't feel like an Asher centric episode. It felt more of a Spencer, Layla, Asher episode with
It's not that the championship game felt Asher centric. Like the game itself, the aftermath. It just, I mean, it didn't feel like it was Spencer's final game before the NFL.
Mac
what
is
was
Yeah.
the
asking,
game
how have we
touchdown
not
though?
gotten a ghost from Corey yet?
Maybe
Yeah,
that's still coming.
there was a scene that somebody posted right before the episode where Corey was telling Spencer, "Get back on the field, do what you love," and I was like, imagine like him, his father coming back doing something like it would. They dropped the ball, but they always do, so it was no surprise.
They gave us Billy though.
His real daddy.
If we're being honest, Billy was more of a father to Spencer than Corey, if we being
Oh, it's
real.
Olivia's. My father's legacy lives on in his son. I was
Which
like, which
one?
Which
one?
one?
Which one?
Oh,
You
he's
talking
talking.
about your twin or your man?
I know
You know
which
who she
one.
talking about.
I know exactly who she talking about.
No, but you're right, Kofi. We didn't talk about Spencer, so what are we supposed to say? I like the little grass in the box.
And that was Grace, not Spencer.
Wait.
I
Hmm.
like Chris coming
Oh,
and Sean to get his head
Sean, I
right.
was back next episode.
Yeah, I teared
I
up
don't
at
know.
that
Spencer,
scene. I'm
Spencer
not
has
gonna
kind
lie.
of like fallen to the background a lot. Even
Yeah.
those nostalgic moments were less about him and more about just what it brought up from the past with the other characters. It's just it's tickling me that we actually have not really talked about Spencer this um this live, but I also feel like we are not given anything to really talk about when it comes
The
to
whole
him.
series, I feel
And I
it's
feel
actually
like
kind of upsetting, honestly, because it's like y'all took a show about a black man and made it about everybody else, and it's crazy to me.
Mm.
Like I
Well,
feel
he got
like
his moment
like
to
I said
shine.
when I first got on, it's like this is supposed to be about like I forgot this was a championship game. Like, what has Spencer been doing this whole season? What has Spencer been
sideline,
doing?
Yeah.
Like it's
standing on the
crazy.
sideline. Think about it. Like every game they showed, most of the scenes of the football game was him on the sideline.
And all like they gave Jordan the Heisman story. It was like all to prop up Jordan Baker. You put Spencer on the sideline to make Jordan Baker feel special. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well,
So,
He
I
got his
mean, it
moment,
seemed
though.
like you, Kofi. Kofi, you the one who gonna have to dispense the commentary because I don't know if we got anything other than that to say.
I mean, I appreciated this. I think they should have tapped more into the dreams with Sean a little bit more. I wish he would have
Yeah.
I
came
wish
to
we
him
would
like,
have seen
no,
them before this. I get budgeted and all that CW, but come up off of that damn purse, ho. Because if he been having these dreams that Olivia's talking about consistently, why are we only getting one?
Yeah, that's true.
that should have been something that should have been an arc. We should have seen from the beginning of this season, going into this championship game. It would have hit a much more if they did it that way. You know.
Yeah.
But hey, as far from me for the commentary, I'm glad he grew a pair and decided to say to coach like, "Yo, we just saw a man who had a heart condition give his body to this game, so why not me? Like, what can I do?" Like he had to beg to get me the ball so I could make a play. And Kenny got his mind right and decided to give the young man his wish, and it ended up with the game-winning touchdown. So. I mean,
Spencer rude
yeah.
as hell. Like, Spencer really grabbed that man's arm. That's crazy. In a real, like, there's no way he could have actually talked to a coach like that in real life. But then again, Kenny should be fired. But that's me.
Hello. I got smart with my assistant coach one day, feeling myself, and we were running laps at the time. Didn't I tell you that lady ran up on me like she was about to knock my head clean off my shoulders, and I ain't never do that shit again. I could not imagine
Is
putting my
it
hand
it?
on a coach. Could not imagine.
There's no
Yeah.
way.
What do we think of Spencer asking Olivia to move in with him at the beach house? Do we like it? Do we hate it? Do we not care?
It just had it. I guess because they already lived together, it just didn't mean anything. They already sleep together. They're always together, so it was just a formality. It didn't mean anything.
I was just
They
thanking God
already
it
lived
wasn't a
together.
ring. So that's all I had for it. As long as it wasn't a ring in that box, whatever. Y'all do whatever y'all want. Sleep on the damn beach if you want. I don't give a damn what y'all do. Just don't get
Look,
married, please.
He'll marry that girl, but not.
And don't impregnate
probably,
her. Don't marry her and don't impregnate her. Whatever else you want to do, go ahead and do it.
Well, he didn't get the memo in this episode because the moment he jumped, like, yeah, but I think he'll do it, but that's probably going to be either towards the end of the season or towards the end of the series when he proposes to Olivia. I think he'll do it when he makes the league. You know, that's just me.
I can see that.
Yeah. But yeah, man, our title character.
You should just go back to London.
She should.
She should.
Wow, you want to send Olivia back to London? Okay.
She wants to go. She been wanted to go.
What is she doing here? Nothing. She's literally doing nothing. Popping up at Spencer House 24/7 for nothing.
She's prepared.
She basically living in Crenshaw and living at the beach house. Talking to a girl like she pay rent. I'd be damn if I let somebody kick me out of my own kitchen when I'm paying rent. What do you think this is?
At least she's not being the menace that she was in season 4 and 5. Like, she's mellowed out, so it's like.
Well, we still
she's not
reeling
even
from
annoyed
that. Like we still suffering from that. So
Yeah,
just
nah,
because she
it's
let up a
fine.
little bit
It's fine.
don't mean nothing.
What do you mean? Like,
Exactly what I said.
Scarred a lot of people. Season 5 was bad. It was bad.
oh, I get that, but I'm
was-
talking about
it was
right now. I'm
horrible.
saying now, like, she's not done anything. You know what I mean? Aside from this book.
We're still reeling from the shit she's already done. So thank you for not adding to it, but we still ain't dig ourselves out of the hole that you put us in from all of the shit that you've been doing since season 3.
God.
It was bad.
Alright.
I'm gonna be honest, Kofi. I have been so indifferent to Olivia this season and like trying to hope for her, but then still she do certain things that's like, okay, well, she's still the same. So like, don't get your fucking hopes too high. It will take her actively doing things to counteract the narrative that she has already created for herself by way of all the actions that she had in the last 3 seasons for it to actually to win anybody over in this season moving forward. That's not already like drinking this Olivia Kool-Aid. She cannot just stop doing terrible shit and menacing and think that that's going to do anything because you've already done so much damage. I would argue that she has done more damage in the series than any of the villains that were ever introduced.
That's
And more than
debatable.
Mo.
That's debatable.
Okay, we'll
Tyrone
debate
and
it.
Mo were
Definitely
Tyrone
more than
and
Mo.
Mo
What did Tyrone
were
do?
like
Mo ain't do squat, actually.
well Tyrone shot
Tyrone.
Spencer, so Tyrone
Okay.
got Spencer shot. And then
Okay.
Tyrone got Sean killed
Oh, that's the
and
biggest
nearly got
thing. Sean dying because we didn't want Sean to die, but Sean dying actually worked for the story. But I would prefer him not to die.
It
I'm saying
did.
in reference to like not just in the story, but for the series of the story. Olivia has been just like this huge ass immovable interruption to really great storytelling because of how they've chosen to handle her character. So you looking at me in season 6 and want me to care, and I'm like, I'm all out of care. I'm all out of
I'm
it.
not saying
Like
I'm
we
not
really
saying care,
wasted
I'm
a
just saying she
season
hasn't really
on
done
Olivia
anything,
writing an
which I'm
article.
happy about. Like she's just,
She hasn't done
being a
anything, but she hasn't done anything good or bad to your point in your eyes. But to me, she has reinforced certain things that we have already seen. She just done it to a lesser degree. So that already negates that she hasn't done anything. But she also has not done
well,
anything to counteract all of the harm she's already done.
well, okay. I'll give her props for this episode. She's the one that all Grace to talk to Spencer, so I'll give her
That
marks
was
for that.
forced.
And
That
she's
was forced.
okay, Sarah. All right, let's not give her credit. But
I'm not giving
and
her
then
credit for
also,
that because you mean to tell me Grace knows that her
The
son is
only
going up for
credit
his national championship game and she couldn't discern the only reason like no she needed Olivia to spell it out for her. Grace,
okay, and then
child,
what about talking to Jordan about go talk to Layla? We're not going to give her credit for that because Layla would have gone out there to
I'm
try and
not going to
surprise
give
Layla.
a menacing character over ridiculous amounts of credit. The credit that she gets is I don't have nothing bad to say about it. But I'm
Oh
not about
my
to give her
god!
credit for being a person who she says she wants to be. That's her sister. That's her best friend. She did her job.
Damn. I'm not saying give her a parade, but just say okay.
You
I
saying
give
give her a
you a
parade?
golf clap. You just get a golf clap, okay? You did the thing.
Nope. I
That's
already gave
all.
out my golf claps to all the bakers I was going to give it out to this episode. So I only have it
Uh,
enough for one baker
I
at a
didn't.
time.
Oh, so you gave your golf clap to Jordan? You gave your
Yes,
golf
correct.
clap to Jordan?
Correct.
Okay, so you can give it to Jordan, but you can't extend that to his twin. All right.
Well, when his twin
Well,
does some remarkable stuff that actually shows her character growth, then maybe I'll give her some. But until then, my eyes is on her ass because she's tricky and slippery.
what do you think about her not wanting to go through with the publishing? You think that was an unselfish decision?
We talked about
It
that.
don't
I
matter
said it
because
was her
it's
ego.
gonna happen.
Wait,
You know what I'm saying?
her
It
ego.
don't matter because it's still gonna happen.
It don't matter.
Okay,
You're
fine,
still gonna
but
get that book
if she
published.
didn't, I thought she was
I'm
just
gonna
trying
hop
to.
off, you guys. It's so nice to meet everyone or
Nice
talk
to
to
talk to
Alright.
you
everyone.
too. Have a great night. We
Um,
about to wrap
Yeah,
up because
same
thank
Kobe
here.
you.
taking us back down memory lane, and we already talked about this.
I might have been tuned out or
I
I
have a
wasn't paying
podcast, so
attention.
if anyone wants to um reach out or if you'd like to be on it, please let me know. And my name is Liz, by the way. So
Liz, okay,
Oh, word.
come on,
True.
yes,
Liz.
Do you have any? Is it on YouTube or on
it's
Apple or?
it's everywhere. It's on Apple, Spotify. It's called the Foreign Lady Podcast. And I would really like to like have a conversation like this on there too. So if you guys want to be like on the panel or anything, please um just reach out through Instagram. It's called Foreign Lady Podcast. You can find it there. And hopefully we can try to set something up. I'd love to have you on there, Erica, and everyone else as well who's interested. So
Cool.
Okay, bet.
That's cool. Where's the car lady? Oh, I see it.
Cool.
Yeah,
not
so just listen
Kofi.
to a couple
Yeah,
episodes
it popped
if
right
it's
up.
something
Okay.
that you like. Huh?
I said, oh, it popped right up.
Yeah. So if it's something that you want to do, please just DM me and we can hopefully try to make it get together and do it.
You said it's called the Foreign Lady
Sounds
Podcast,
good.
right?
Yes. So it's I'm Nigerian, so it's just kind of my perspective from being a foreigner in Nigeria on life and what's happening in different things. So
Oh,
Drop it
cool.
in the
I'm Ghanaian.
in the
I'm
general
Ghanaian, so that's cool. That's cool.
channel. Drop the link to the Instagram and just drop a little blurb about it there.
okay.
All right.
Cool. I'm
Thank you
Thank
very
you so
Ghanaian,
much.
so
much.
it's nice to
All
meet
right, you
another
guys
African.
have a good night, and you can follow me on Instagram too. It's Brown Beauty, BRWN, and then Beauty. So find me there.
Yes.
All right, cool.
All right, bye
Well,
everyone.
bye
Bye.
bye. Oh
Kofi,
Bye.
we
yeah,
already
one
talked about this
thing.
girl being led either by her ego or she wants to do it how the hell she wants to do it. It's not about her
Oh,
mama's
all right.
feelings.
We don't need to talk about that, but I just want to say one last thing on a personal note. So, 1 month from now, I am graduating from my program to get a
Woo!
bachelor's of science degree as a sportscaster and a multimedia journalist. So, just wanted to let you guys know. I graduate on July 3rd. So, yeah,
Congratulations, man.
Yes.
Let's
yeah,
go.
so, yeah.
I
And there's
love
a
it.
possibility. Don't quote me. I might be the salutatorian for my class. So,
Come
we'll see.
on. Come
Let's
on
Yeah.
here
That's
with
go.
dope.
academic excellence. I know that's right.
Yeah, so yeah, I just gotta knock it out the park this last month. So we'll see what happens.
You got it. You got it,
You got
Kofi.
this, man.
So
100%.
yeah.
All
Anyway,
right.
just wanted to give y'all an update on what's going on with me. So, all right, good night, y'all.
Good
All right,
night.
man. Congratulations.
Thank you,
Thanks.
everybody, for joining. I appreciate the conversation as always. Anybody in the chat, I'm going to pop back into the chat because I know it was a lot of discussion in the Discord for the most part.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all can, if y'all got anything that y'all want to add, y'all can add before you hop off. But I'm going to go check and just shout some
I'm
people
just
out.
putting a link to this
Okay.
podcast in the chat.
Okay.
Night.
Mac talking about I
Night.
need Olivia to relapse and give me some good acting, please. Mac, it's giving me your menacing.
What? That's crazy. Have we had straight hair live at all?
We haven't had straight hair live this season.
That's
Natoya Hey
wild.
Boo said she tried to ruin Spencer's life with that DUI. All his dreams would have been down the drain. Child, ain't that the truth?
Boy.
Tamika was a storyline, or is it dead weight, as in dead like her? Who's Tamika? Who's Tamika?
Oh, wasn't she what's the name's mom?
Who?
Hold on, let me look.
Antonio just posted Liz's podcast link or her Instagram to her Instagram for her podcast in the chat, so y'all check her out. I don't
Was the
know who
girl
Tamika is.
that died, the black girl that died, they had the protest for her. She was good.
Gotcha.
The one where she caused Laura to lose her job. That one.
Daniel Esper deserves better writing, says Mac.
Yeah. Facts.
Kofi, I hope you see all these congratulations in the chat if you still in here on the
Yeah, Tamika was the girl that died, and that's why
Not
I
the
can't
infamous
believe Coop
Tamika
talking
Pratt.
about breaking the law again. I was like, you saw what happened when Olivia did it, and now you're trying to do the same thing. Like, what are we talking about here? You think you're gonna
Think
be a
about it.
lawyer after that?
Olivia really was the downfall of this show. Like
I think that's
whole
what I was saying, and I didn't
activist
want to say it with my whole
thing,
chest, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it. She was the downfall of the show.
like the whole thing that she
Her
had
character.
going on in TV really ruined the show. It was so Wow, that's crazy.
Because if anything, Tyrone and Sean and that beef carried, up until the point in season 1 that it was like cooked crack. Even Mo popping up in the sister da 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 da. Like the villains were not great people for the characters, but it provided really great conflict, and the stories that we got were just chef's kiss.
Yeah.
The stories that we got as it pertains
Thanos.
to child, we thought that Mo was gonna be everything. Mo was just Lord. But
That was a letdown.
Olivia's character arcs, multiple arcs, as it intertwined with various characters, really torpedoed a lot of those characters' growth. Spencer, Layla, like a lot of people suffered at the hands of her storyline. Her mama.
Laura lost her job.
And the way she just like unapologetically like the way she came at Laura after that, I was like, yo, this lady
Yeah,
raised you, man. Like what are you
especially
talking
one.
about?
Like, if it was a black mom, okay.
Oh, it would have been a wrap. It would have been a wrap. Hey,
She would have got
Devino,
her.
not Spencer Lames. Are you and Erica friends? He says Spencer Lames finally gonna learn how to run a good route. Y'all, I don't know what I was looking at, but I know that
All
it
right,
wasn't anything. So the fact that y'all are all in here saying this now, I'm just like, I feel a little bit validated of like,
all right. No, in the championship game, the routes weren't that bad, but I don't think Daniel ran them because there was some good, there were decent routes. There's no way Daniel actually ran those.
mm,
Now you can tell when it's Daniel running the route. No offense to him, he does
yeah,
try, but
a lot of what we
you
saw was
don't.
definitely his stunt double.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to imagine what this season would be like with Billy in it. Like he probably be coaching JAU.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Spencer lifting that trophy would have been great.
Jordan could
Yeah.
have got some father closure. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know, y'all. I think there's always gonna be an unclosed loop of like Billy not being there when Spencer makes it. That has just like forever ruined it for me.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Because even when you just said, Michael, like Spencer and Billy holding up that trophy at the end of this championship, I could see it. I could almost damn near taste it.
That's what I was
That's
like
wild.
hoping like they would have him lift the trophy in this episode and maybe have Billy or the ghost of Billy point like him seeing him like he saw Sean or something, but I don't know. I'm
Yeah, the
into
pointing
Billy
to
when he
Asher, I was
came
just
back.
like, why are we pointing to Asher?
Yeah, I don't,
Who pointed at Asher?
he could have
Spencer and
Jordan and
Jordan.
Spencer. He could have pointed to his mom. He could have. I mean,
I don't know. Like I said, I didn't really care, so I was half watching. I was washing dishes.
I think Cedrica put it in the chat earlier. It was like, All American seasons 1 and 2, I would not miss it, would not miss not 1 minute, would not watch it
Facts.
late. Like, I could never imagine washing dishes while All American season 1 and 2
Erica.
was on. But now I get it. I be on TikTok most of the time.
Erica. Remember the other
I mean, on
week
my
I
phone.
had to ask
Good
you
night,
what day
Micah.
it came on?
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know.
Like, still Mondays. It's still coming on Mondays. Trey said it don't matter. Spencer's Billy's son, not Jordan. Jordan ain't never gonna heal from that, child.
Oh man, that's great. Do you ever think they were right? I don't think, because Angela was getting into some good stuff, man. I don't
He
think
was.
we will ever get a satisfying character in for him. Because,
For
I
Jordan?
don't know. Yeah,
Angelo.
for Jordan.
I mean, what? I don't. It's too late now. Too late.
Wait, for Jordan? What? Too late for who?
Yeah, it's
For Jordan
too
to
late for
have.
them to.
they would have to rush and like have him start dealing with shit. Like first and foremost, like I was literally just thinking about this. He needs to name the thing with Spencer. And he needs to humble himself. And like similar to like Chris doing it in hindsight about, you know, the smoke that he had for Spencer when Spencer left. Like Jordan needs to have one of those moments before everything. Similar to like what I was looking for Olivia to do if she hoped to stay in this relationship and it to be healthy, or like just be accountable to your, like see yourself for once and for all. Like that's the only way I see Jordan actually redeeming himself or like get into a place that like gets anywhere near closing a damn loop and completing an arc. It's like you have to at some point see yourself, and Jordan Baker does not see himself.
I just hope
Yo,
that they don't have him get jealous now that Spencer's going to the NFL and doing the combine and stuff. Like it's tiring. It's a repeated cycle of Spencer and Jordan being beefing, and it's annoying. And I just
you
hope
Yeah.
made a
now
good
that
point.
he's going away, it's just like just don't have it be like when he left Beverly and went to Crenshaw. Just don't have it be like, oh, Spencer's leaving me again. Like, just don't have that. That's
Child. Antonio, you about to say something?
I was just saying, Devin made a good point in the chat, saying that Olivia feels like a Mary Sue. I'm like, yeah,
Who's
she
Mary
kind of
Sue?
does. It's like a trope in like with a character that has like almost no flaws and like has a. It's like a character that can do anything very easily. Things come to him easily. I'm trying to think of an example that you would know. Like, I don't know. You ever seen Star Wars?
I don't remember people on it, but I've seen parts.
Okay. I can't think of an episode, but it's just like a character or somebody who who things come easy to, and they don't have to
Yeah.
work for it.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
kind of like
100%. She's
Olivia.
that. She's definitely that. And then they try to make Jordan that 2.0, but his ass is extra fucked up. And I don't know. I like rack my brain trying to figure out why though. Why her?
They saw the popularity that she was getting in the first two seasons, and then it's like, oh, this tastes good, so I'm just about to add a whole bunch of this season into the food, and now it don't taste good anymore.
That's a great analogy.
like Olivia in the first few seasons was a character that we could all root for. I rooted for Olivia. Like she was
Me
like the
too.
underdog. She came, she worked through her sobriety, or she tried. Well, she didn't fully work through it because you could see, but she was like that character was kind of an outsider. She was there trying to build back her life after ODing, and it was like, I want you to be happy. I want that for you. But once she got all of it, she just didn't. It's like she did it all for nothing. She just derailed everybody's life and her life. She did the whole thing with Spencer. She got Spencer, then she didn't want Spencer or whatever it is. Why she said what she said in season 4 about, oh, who's pretending, blah blah blah. It's just you could root for the underdog, but when the underdog
Becomes the villain. That's
negative,
when we got a problem.
it, it becomes a problem. It becomes, well, then now we don't want you to win anymore. And so that's kind of where she got to right now, at least.
Yeah, and then on the outside, just as a like another part, in being a person who speaks about this show and engages with the fandom and creates auxiliary content around this show, you have all of that happening with the show, and you have to grapple with that as also a fan but also a critic. And then you have the additional bullshit from the fans who like sip the Kool-Aid. So like, Kofi, I'm sorry babe, you're probably never going to get me to like, this girl's going to have to backflip 62 times down Park Avenue or something. I don't know. She's going to have to do some miraculous stuff before I start, oh my God, she's just utterly amazing, and like bigging up Olivia Baker. Because at this point, whether she's done so much harm on screen or her goofy ass fans that they have rallied around her, have been so harmful that I would prefer to avoid her altogether. But if I'm going to talk about her, I'm just going to see it for what it is and try to manage myself and my expectations. That's all I can give you, Kofi. I'm sorry.
The toxicity in the AA fandom is crazy.
It's
Like y'all,
ridiculous.
I don't know if y'all on X, but they argue every day.
Every single day.
I read it and I see it, and it's like y'all don't got nothing better to do. Y'all
Nope.
argue about characters. Y'all argue about the relationships. Olivia and Jordan got nothing to do with each other, but y'all argue back and forth with each other when both the relationships are the problem. But neither of you will admit that. But
That's
I laugh at
literally
it. It's like y'all
that's like
crazy.
every fandom nowadays.
Y'all
To
crazy.
be honest,
Really?
I just read some discourse yesterday. Like, what happened in the episode? Like, I didn't. Nothing happened in the episode where I thought you could possibly find a problem to argue over. But they found something. What did they find? Well, I can't even.
I don't know,
I don't
child.
read
I don't.
Reddit.
I have them
It's
all blocked.
crazy.
All of the problematic All American fans, I have blocked. I had to. I think I had to unfollow All American so it could stop populating certain things for me. I completely divested from them niggas and all that stuff because the way that I was harassed at the height
I
of my
didn't see
Olivia
it. They have you
commentary,
on Reddit. They got you on. They got you. They on Reddit literally. Like,
I
I
heard.
find it so wild.
I ain't see it, but I heard.
And it's all because you don't. It's all because you don't like Olivia. If you don't like Olivia, apparently you're a hater in the All American family. Um,
That's
I
fine.
mean, I've commented sometimes. They get on. They'll get on me because I'll say what I want at half the time, and it's half the time it's something to do. If it's against Olivia, they will come for you.
A hundred
They come.
percent. 100%, child. They have tried to drag me off the whole internet behind that girl. So yeah, Kofi, it's going to be very hard for you to get a clap from me out of Olivia, especially if she's just doing the bare goddamn minimum. She called her brother to warn him, and she decided to make an ego choice about the book.
yeah, that's all. I was like,
What
what
is
did
there
she
to
really do this episode? I
What
don't
is
even
there to
know.
clap about? um, yeah. Has she handled Ashley differently? I might have been able to clap for her then, but she didn't.
Because
Has she?
also, like, she was talking about like showing the totality of Billy, but I'm like, but you didn't put the affair in,
Ooh. But
and
then
this was
you
before
didn't
she
put
had
the
talked
affair
up.
in, but you also felt the need to ask about it and try to call Grace out about it. So then, girl, what was the point? You just needed to get your rocks off?
I mean, we all like the first question when she said she was gonna write a book about Billy was, "What are you gonna put the affair in there?" I think that's what everybody thought, the affair. So her talking to Grace, I thought that was her trying to write it in, but I guess not.
It was because she asked about it and then she clocked Grace about it and like then had a whole moment episodes later where she had to talk to her mom about it. So then why did you bring it up to any of these ladies if you were not going to include it? Girl.
I was here.
Yeah.
I give it to maybe 13. She gonna be up there with the book at the signing, and everybody's gonna be there.
You know what's
We knew
crazy?
you could do it. We knew you could do it.
Yep, best
Like
selling writer.
even with all the stuff that happened last season, I felt like the show had a specific direction that it was trying to go in. But this season, I feel like we just going all over the place, and I have no idea where we're going or what's going on.
Um, last season, I'm sorry. There's no season of All American. I don't, I don't know. Season 5 was horrible. I'll never get over season 5. I don't think I finished season 5. I think I watched the
We lost the
finale.
plot for
I
me way
stopped
back.
watching.
We lost the plot for me way back in the second half of season 3. Season 4, I grit my teeth. Season 5, I threw up my fucking hands.
Season
I
5,
saw
but
this coming in season 3.
Olivia,
So
that article ruined everything. It ruined, like, it was, All American was already bad. But season 5 took All American to levels of bad that I never thought it could go.
And all hands
Season
from
6,
Olivia
I think
Baker.
they're trying. I don't know. Season 6, like Prince was supposed to go to the
Because she was the
NFL, but
main
he hasn't
character.
made it about him.
I'm curious to see if
They
they're
made
gonna
her the
do a
main
crossover
character.
with Homecoming, and if they do, how the hell they gonna do it?
I don't think they're gonna do a crossover because it's gonna start. It starts after, or does it start during All American?
It's gonna start towards the end of All American. I think the last 2 episodes of All American are gonna overlap with the first 2 episodes of Homecoming.
Yeah, I think that's done. I think in terms of crossovers or even like Simone and Beverly, I think that's over.
Child. Well, this has been season 6, episode 9, live All American After Show. Thank y'all again for joining me on the live to talk about it. Make this conversation a little bit more lively, and thank everybody for watching and chiming in the chat. If you are catching this on replay, feel free to drop a comment because I will also see it and respond to it. Give this video a like for me, pretty please. And yeah, consider joining the membership to get exclusive access to additional content like my live reactions when I watch the episodes. That's all I got. I'm back tomorrow with Sisters live after show because we are back into season 7 of that. Lord help me. Yeah. It's your good sis you love to talk TV with. Hope everybody has a great night. Micah, Antonio, thank y'all again. Enjoy the rest of y'all's week. And I'm going to see you in the next videos.
Yeah.
Good night, y'all.